Alright, good day. Trying something new. I've been waiting for this game a little bit. By sending game statistics and bug reports to us, you can help with this. Yeah, sure. I have not, I think, downloaded any DLC except the one that was free. The main story, right, seems to be about the same. I do not know how this game plays. For Pathfinder, for the Pathfinder games they did, I had at least a little bit of awareness. Max duration for hard crowd control effects on party. Nah, that should be... If they control me... Such a standard can attack duration is calculated in a round. Okay. So this is normal with 2. Daring is basically the standard mode, I guess, looking at the... Not familiar with the Warhammer Rogue Trader system. Enemy stats, enemy wounds. Party's momentum gains are increased by 20%. I don't know the Rogue Trader system. Only game Warhammer I played was Dark Heresy. So I guess I go with normal, and then maybe try a harder difficulty at some point. Go with a custom character. Let's see. Commissar. Oh, it looks like one. I want to be a good a good boy of the church. Doesn't look too bad. I think I might actually just take that. Otherwise, that also looks like a commissar. Not really, just slightly, the uniform. Yep, found the Psychos. Gonna go with this one. And I think...
Fit for the fond Phalancius annals.
We have purified the battlefield of the enemy's taint.
Behold the wrath of madness.
Look upon the Emperor's faithful and
Home world. Let's see. So the character creation is probably gonna take a while, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's why I took a day where I have off, so I can take a little bit more time. Right, it's a death world. Kinda makes sense, survival instinct. When combo wounds of a double character are below 30%, they gain 20% of the maximum wounds as temporary wounds, so... Is wounds just health? Bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source, okay. So you'd want to have temporary suits. Following features will be available after Origin Advancement. Therefore characters get hit chance against bleeding, gain critical chance for hammers, axes, hammers and las weapons. You can have hammers in the game. Ooh. Every injury increases death for characters' agility and willpower by 5. Every trauma costs us 3. What is a trauma? With the trenches become traumas. I also inflict an additional negative effect which can only be removed fully healed at the Rogue Trader's private quarters on the Void ship. Okay. So you want traumas to increase agility and willpower. I don't know what the stats here do, but I can guess. When a character is suffering in a stunned, blinded, or immobilized condition, this condition is ignored. So you can ignore, that's probably rather hard. Right, strength, describes how physically strong characters, makes sense. Damage with it. A character afflicts with melee weapons and allows them to lift heavy objects. For each bonus of points of strength, characters do 1 additional damage with melee weapons. Affects the athletics skill. Toughness, affects the carouse skill. So this is basically fortitude. I'm sorry, I'm gonna just equate most of the things to Pathfinder. If I find them. So this would be basically just... Yeah, this is Constitution. Agility... Quickness reflexes and poise, so Dexterity. With delicate explosives with finesse, or to keep the footing when the crossing a church is drawn. Intelligence is intelligence, kinda makes sense. Acumen, reason, and knowledge. And it has the most lore skills, that kind of makes sense. Fellowship represents a character's ability to interact with other creatures, so charisma. Charisma. Voidborn, born on a ship. Due to reality-altering process of warp travel. Fortune, you can reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry characteristic skill test with a 20% chance of success. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. So you always have a 1 in 5 to manage whatever you do. Willpower reflects a character's ability to withstand the horrors of the warp, threats of space, and the dreadful opponents they are bound to encounter in the coroner's expanse. Right. Willpower allows characters to exert a control over a crowd to interrogate a heretic. That's exactly what I want. Intelligence is a measure of the character's acumen, reason, and knowledge. And then less strength. Bloody mess. To double the damage. So you have a crit chance. No, wait. This is on a crit. So 4 times? No. Does it... Chance to score... and 0%. 0% for melee, unfortunately. Using a non-damaging ability grants it a... Okay, so you can't propagate a fortune effect, jinx. All chances of all creatures, including enemies in a 3-cell radius, are increased by 10%. Decreased by 10%, okay. High Vault, Strength in Numbers. Gain +1 plus Fellowship bonus, but divided by 2 Resolve if there are 3 or more creatures. Resolve is what? Influence how efficiently and for long characters can fight in battle. It determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn after killing an enemy. Okay. 3 or more creatures in a 3 allies or enemies in a 3-cell radius. Set yourself a -2 penalty resolve with no creatures around. So you want to be close to allies, dependent on fellowship. Represents a character's ability, right, agility and willpower. Composed willpower resistance test using the fellowship value instead if the character's fellowship is higher. Interesting. Melee superiority against the enemy. The effect is increased by +10. Melee superiority. I guess that melee superiority is like flanking. Yep, flanking. All range weapons dealing physical damage have +1 damage, +1 thermal penetration, +1 rate of fire, -5 to recoil. Neat. So that's turn adjacent to the armor. Gain +50% bonus against the first attack opportunity every round. Forge World. No feature. Super common. This following features will be Pinnacle of Weaponry. Damage equal to int, right? Gain toughness bonus, I guess is this. Toughness, deflection against the burning effect on flame weapon, makes sense. Heavy armor forgeable characters gain +1 MP, move point, deflection, and cannot fall prone. Movement points. Forgeable characters gain a stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Successful critical hits from a single target attack increase the hit chance. So the more you hit, the better you hit. That's neat. Persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence. Okay. So this adds the Forge World, right? Gain additional crit chance. Forge World characters gain agile bonus, MP, and 2 times ag bonus dodge. Okay. Toughness bonus, percent armor. Imperial World. It's one of the million planets united into, I believe, of the mortal god emperor. Imperial characters can have any characteristic except for weapon skill or ballistic skill and a +10 bonus. Okay. An Imperial World character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability affects an ally with such an ability. Resolve increased by fellowship bonus divided by 2 for 1 round. Okay. Under 40% Imperial characters get a 10 plus bonus to our characteristics and plus 2 to resolve. Neat. Has the same archetype as this character. The first use of any ability on his archetype costs 1 AP less. That I don't know the other the companions basically. Imperial characters gain plus 10% critical hit chance and plus 10% armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. That would be neat. The Imperial characters lower Xenos and lower by 0. Okay. All allies excluding Xenos in the current party gain plus 5 to the same characteristic as was chosen for the humanity's fine. Okay. So buff. Fortress Vault. Never stop shooting. Each time Fortress Vault character kills an enemy, they gain plus 10 stacks of never stop shooting. At the start of the turn, as a stacks of never stop shooting percent chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 AP. It will not count toward the attack limit. If this effect triggers, all stacks are lost. Does this only affect ranged weapons? Perception, willpower, but less fellowship. Combat Addict. What is where characters gain plus 7 to ballistic skill, perception, and willpower while in combat? Yeah, while out of combat. Intelligence, fellowship, perception, willpower decreased by minus 7. Okay. I don't know if 7 is high or not. If it is like Dark Heresy, then you'd roll basically on a scale of 1 to 100. But I don't know if that's the case. Each round Fortress War characters gain a stacking plus 1% bonus to dodge against ranged attacks for each shot they made during this round. Also burst attack range. Okay, burst against an additional plus 10% stacks of 10%. 10 stacks. I do not want ranged attacks, honestly. I want a big hammer and slap people. At the end of the turn, Fortress War characters gain stacks of never shooting equal to half the minimal damage of the most damaging ranged weapon they used this round. Okay. Fortress War characters first reload in combat cost 0 AP. Reloading weapon grants an additional 10 stacks of never stop shooting. 10 stacks of never stop shooting should be lost to become willpower divided by 2 number of stacks instead. A Fortress War character may upgrade their willpower characteristic even if their current archetypes do not allow it. If I take an ecclesiarch, I do want willpower. Not an ecclesiarch, a cleric basically. I want willpower. I guess. I do want to be a tanky, so toughness isn't the worst. Maybe the 5 plus 2 times toughness bonus percent armor. This is honestly probably the best one for him. Now, since I want to be a good boy, I will not have any Xenos in my group anyway. Because I want to kill him. Unfortunately, I do not want this because I want the law warp. I think this is bad for law. I think strength is necessary. I think I'm gonna go with Forge World. Fellowship I don't really need to preach. Crit chance, energy bonus, dodge chance. I'm gonna take the armor. Right, origin. This is, I don't think, the class yet. I think that's the archetype spec there. Master commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is the primary fighting force of the Imperium in the first line of defense from myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st millennium. Regimental Tactics. Astra Militarum Canona and all the allies deal an additional 20 plus 2 times perception bonus % damage to enemies that are adjacent to the commander or their allies until the end of commander's next turn. All of the commander's allies also take no damage from other allies' attacks. Ballistic skill, perception, athletics, and a Medicae. Following features will be available after origin advancement. Perception and modifier. How exactly does the advancement work? While the extra military commander is under the regimental tactics effect, so that's the ability, single target melee ranged attacks and area attacks gain plus 20% to dodge reduction, parry reduction, and cover penetration. As enemies adjacent to the commander of the allies, okay. Well, the extra military commander is under the regimental. So this is all effect only. No. The allies gain plus 5% rate of fire for every attack they have made since the start of this turn. Right, regiment tactics gives plus 10 momentum. While the Extra Military Commander is adjacent to any ally, the commander deals an additional plus 10% perception bonus to damage to all enemies adjacent to commander's allies. This stacks. Okay. As a military commander allies uses an heroic act, the commander gains plus 5 to all of their characteristics until the end of combat. What is a heroic act? Can be used if the party's momentum is 175 or higher. Costs 75 momentum, with each subsequent use increasing cost by 25. It's either heroic attack or desperate measure. So this basically is a stacking damage, a stat bonus. Okay. A commissar. You get next single shot or single target melee attack applies the following attack. Target becomes marked. The ally who kills the marked enemy gains an additional turn after the current one, with plus 2 action points and move points. So you can shoot allies, which seems accurate. Weapon skill, fellowship, coercion, and athletics. Following features will be available after origin advancement: fellowship and coercion. Beauty and honor. As on the effects of at all costs, the ally suffers plus 50% damage, but gains plus 2 AP and plus 4 MP instead of. So this is if you shoot at an ally. Commissar adjacent to an enemy, all allies gain Commissar's fellowship bonus plus 2 resolve. Okay. Anytime the Commissar grants additional movement points to any ally character, they give plus 2 movement points more. If a Commissar kills the target at all costs, they can use at all costs once bonus. Wonderful. I wonder if you have more than just, because I think it'd be weird if you just kill your companion. So I wonder if you have like mobs that you can command around. Momentum is less than 100 points. Killing the marked enemy of targeted an ally grants plus 20 plus 2 times fellowship instead of I think plus 10. Right, a crime lord. And prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours could not be so easily constrained. Dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind behind the facade of the Imperial Society of a dangerous refuge. Used to be one of these dangers, yet resourceful. At the start of combat, the Kremlin gains plus int bonus as stacks of the Surefire plan effect. Activation of this ability consumes 1 stack and makes the next action stronger depending on the type of action. The Crime Lord attacks, they deal plus 10 perception bonus, more damage. The Crime Lord moves, they gain plus 10% plus perception bonus percent to dodge and parry. Crime Lord uses a non-damaging ability on an enemy. The enemy suffers a minus 10 int bonus penalty to damage for 1 round. Okay, weapon skill, perception, right. Killing plan. The bonus damage of Surefire plan is increased by 2 times weapon skill bonus percent. At least one enemy with an attack restores 1 stack of Surefire plan. Weapon skill is, I believe, melee. Bonus to dodge and parry from Surefire plan are increased by plus 2. Dodging and parrying at least 1 restores 1 stack. Alright. Oh, this is at the start of combat. Right, not at the start of a turn. An enemy affected by Surefire plan also suffers a minus 10 plus 2 times penalty to dodge. For the start of a turn, the Kremlin has no stacks of Surefire plan, they gain 1 stack. Okay, makes sense. Once per combat, if the Kremlin has at least 1 stack of Surefire plan, they do not die from lethal damage. Instead, they heal 5 times Surefire plan stacks percent of maximum wounds, lose all stacks, and can no longer gain Surefire plan stacks. Okay. A Ministorum Priest. Perfect. Ecclesiarchy, known formally as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institution that oversees the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. Ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity. Zealous laity? What is laity? Don't know what. Ensure the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. You used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping close watch on your congregation. Grants momentum equal to 2 times devotees' willpower bonus. His ability also grants an additional willpower bonus momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5-cell radius around the priest or was hit by the priest this turn. Toughness and willpower, Law Imperium and Medicae, and you get willpower and Law Imperium for the Origin advancement. Litany of Purification. All enemies in the area of effect of War Hymn or Furious Recital. This is just the War Hymn. In the area of effect of War Hymn or Furious Recital, gain +1 stack of the Disturbed effect. Enemies that are adjacent to the Vitae gain 2 stacks instead of Disturbed instead. All demons in the area of effect suffer damage equal to the momentum restored to the devotee while using this ability. Devotee and the allies in the area of effect. I guess the devotee is this Origin. In the area of effect of War Hymn or Furious Recital, gain plus devotees willpower bonus. Develop 2 damage for single shot and attacks of opportunity for 1 round. Okay. Shield of Fate gains 4 times willpower bonus % to armor against attacks of demons and warp damage. His devotee's resolve is permanently increased by willpower bonus divided by 2. Okay. Devotee gains a willpower bonus to chance to ignore any enemy attack. Melee, flame, and melt attacks against demons and psychers deal an additional +2 times willpower bonus damage and gain +6 times willpower bonus armor penetration. Right. Such attacks against Xenos deal an additional plus willpower bonus damage and gain. So, big bonus against demons and psychers, and small bonus against Xenos. Wonderful. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be this guy. Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to void and warp travel. He is to be a Navy officer and a commander of a void ship, holding numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. Brace for impact. For 1 round, the Navy officer and the allies on a 3-cell radius gain +2 deflection for each archetype taken by the Navy officer. And also cannot be forcefully moved or over-penetrated. Can only be used once for combat. Agility, Fellowship, forcefully moved or over-penetrated. Right, Commerce and Demolition. Agility and Demolition do not falter. All allies affected by Brace for Impact do not suffer the negative effects of melee superiority for the entire combat. Wait, yo. Just no flanking the entire combat? Scatter. Suffer only half damage from all attacks of opportunity. Okay. All allies affected gain 30% cover penetration. Also permanently gains 15% to cover penetration. So just shoot through walls. Also allows the Navy officer to use any ranged weapon in threatened areas, knocks enemies prone, and pushes them 1 cell away during the effect. All allies affected gain an extra turn with 0 AP and 3 MP and increase their cover efficiency by 20. So you can use this to have everybody move. High nobility of the Imperium are enormously privileged and powerful elite, correct? A breed apart from the common masses they rule. Not too different from today. He grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. He expected the obedience and lift upon the fruits of the toil surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. You serve me. Noble assigns 1 ally who will become the servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the start of the noble's next turn. Right. Anytime a servant attacks a target, noble deals damage to last turn. Servant gains +10 plus noble's fellowship bonus. So this is fellowship? Yep, fellowship. Do something. Noble use an ability on the servant gains AP. Noble and servant adjacent to each other at the start of the noble's turn. They both gain temporary wounds equal to servant's toughness bonus or noble's fellowship bonus, depending on which is higher. Neat. 2 movement points every turn. These kills the target that the noble dealt damage to last turn. The noble gains +1 AP. Good. Has less than 30% maximum wounds. The noble becomes you serve me once more in battle, designating a new servant, removing the effect from the previous. Okay. And a sanctioned Psyker. I'm not gonna play a Psyker, so I'm not gonna use the Warham. Triumph, by destroying the very foundation of heretical teaching. Is this different per origin? I don't think it is. The very foundation of a heretical teaching brought down dangerous schismatic sect. If you deem the worthy success to high-ranked hierarchy of the ecclesiarchy hierarchy, yeah, you heroically rescue the priceless relic of the Imperium from the clutches of heretics. I do like the idea of bringing it on a cult. Your summons are dark and ominous, for the visions that inspire you were just as lightless and disturbing. You renounce your mentor to testify against him in the ecclesiarchy's court. Your ordainment took place after trial of fate by devotional torture. Oh boy. Okay, these are... Choose an archetype to see description. You can only choose one of the first tier archetypes at the moment. Okay. Archetypes are development paths to your characters follow. Each archetype encapsulates unique sets of skills and expertise and represents a specific combat specialization, from a frontline warrior to an indispensable leader preferring to command from the rear. Right, so I guess... Okay, you can check that. Warriors are combatants, posing the exceptionally unique prowess, okay. Capable of dealing high damage in close quarters combat and withstanding heavy amounts of damage. They also excel at drawing enemies' attention from less defended enemies. Melee, movement and dodge, armor, parry, taunt, soaking damage. Right, you can charge and you can endure. Keystone. This is here. And here. Ultimate abilities, Daring Breach. Okay, this is the same ability. No. It has the same number, but one is heroic, one is desperate. What is a desperate measure? Doesn't want to tell me. Weapon skills, strength, toughness, agility, skills, corrosive, athletics, coercion, demolition, medicay. What else do we have? Officer. Use the willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capabilities of the allies, turning them into even greater threats on the battlefield. Core focus. Extra turns, single target buffs, rescuing allies' momentum. Willpower and fellowship. Immediately grants an ally to an extra turn with action points equal to 2 and no movement points. And the effect of voice command and kills an enemy before the end of the turn, the ally gains an additional 2 times office fellowship momentum. Right. Force an ally to push themselves, increasing their characteristics by 5 plus 2 times the officer's fellowship bonus for 1 round. All the officer's abilities can be applied to the target of voice command from any distance. Offers against an ally an extra turn. Okay. Fellowship, willpower, toughness, weapon skill, ballistic skill. I do want something that is based on willpower, which I don't think that one as well as operative use intelligence and perception to find and exploit weaknesses in enemies' defenses. That's not really what I'm looking for. Intelligence, perception, weapon skill. I also see that apparently all of the classes then have 3 that are lowered. Lowered beyond. Soldier, master of all ranged weapons, not what I'm looking for. So it's either warrior or the officer. And then later I can, if I take the officer, I can take the vanguard, for example. Even facing extreme heavy fire, vanguard only grows strong in the crucible of battle. Frontline leader, defensive support, temporary wounds, absorbing attacks, attack redirection. Next turn, the Vanguard attacks each enemy that attacks the Vanguard's allies on a 3-cell radius around the Vanguard. Additionally, until the next turn, the Vanguard always retaliates when attacked. Okay? Attacks each enemy that... At the end of combat, the Vanguard suffers 30% more damage from all sources. So this is the good thing, this is the good thing, but with drawbacks. Fellowship, willpower, strength, toughness, weapon, skill. Master Tactician, Grand Strategist. Things I'll be first getting allies. I'm gonna go with the warrior and just slap people. So I can increase only the ones on the left. Reflects a character who withstand the hardest of the war. Let's increase the chance of resisting. Right. I think I'm gonna go with weapon skill. And it does it in 5. More toughness, more strength. Take more willpower and more intelligence. And then the skills are dependent on those. Just straight up. Okay. I'm not good at persuasion, persuading people. Or commerce or coercion. Not good at awareness. Right, whatever. Void ship. I can only choose one. I don't know why there's even a choice if you can only take one. So... Charybdis. Sure, that's fine. Hiram, Percival, Worgen, Jabez. What names? It's just gonna go with my usual. Moves in a straight line and launches a melee attack against any target in the warrior path. This attack does not count toward the limit of the warrior's attacks per turn. Must be at least 2 free cells between the warrior and the target to use charge. So I know my game plan. Grants momentum equal to 2 times the devotee's willpower bonus. What does momentum do exactly? Momentum, your party members can use unique abilities called heroic acts and desperate measures. Right. In battle, the level momentum changes depending on the action of characters. If it reaches 175 or more, any party member can use a heroic act. If momentum drops below 25, your party will gain the ability to use desperate measures, which has a number of negative effects. At the beginning of each combat, the momentum of the party starts at 100, the maximum momentum of the party is 200, the minimum is 0. Right. Yeah, expect 30 minutes for the character creation. I expected that and I skipped over a few. Normally I would basically open up every single linked page to completely see what everything does. Right, upper decks. Do I need to click? No. No. I do like just a massive statue. That's a large door.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
I like that they have a tooltip for the Emperor of Mankind. Right, you and Dala. Okay, I have all of the tutorials on. Dala, you can level up the current events, influence the character you're speaking to, and alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Usual. Available dialogue options are display on the right. Select and reply by clicking a left mouse button or by pressing the corresponding digits. Truly an awe-inspiring sight. Frankly, such success can be tiring at times. That is the wrong answer. It is enough to make one think they're meant to compensate rather than glorify. Have we met? Right, ostentatious luxury. We don't have luxury here. Only faith. Meant to compensate rather than glorify, but that doesn't feel right. Awe-inspiring.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity.
Continue.
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
You can cover your cursor over highlighted words. Is the highlighted? Yep, hyperlinks. Learn more about them. Tooltips that appear can help you better understand. When they first appear in text, scrub. Oh, they only highlighted it for the first appear in Rogue Trader. Subject of the Imperium with a unique hereditary title. A Rogue Trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the... I have no intention of introducing myself. I am the Venerable Archdeacon Liam.
My regards, Your Reverence. As far as I'm aware, you were in charge of resource distribution for the Adeptus Ministorum. A rather fortunate coincidence, considering where fate has brought you in the end. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Right. Look, Captain. I am one of the Rogue Traders. Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found myself. That's important.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that Her Ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
A strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the God Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Why am I bought this vessel? I am
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your fate.
Do you like the voice acting so far? You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Interesting that most options are gone, but the one about tell me about a one on whose ship I found myself is still available. You say I'm one of the Doctor's heirs, so there's another candidate.
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
You had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let's address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord's Captain and Master Ethelthred von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Movement. Okay, camera. Movement. Okay, he's always running.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Spot is okay. Interactable objects. Some objects in game can be interacted with. Those are fidget spinners. They're marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study. Probably this one. Some others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event, I guess. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive. Click left mouse to turn the icon to perform the associated actions. Hold tab. Okay, tab to highlight. Crew officer, crew officer. Massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood. Is of incredible value aboard a void ship.
We are bound by the
Kind of
blood
makes
of
sense.
martyrs.
Why is he so slow? I do also like the effect.
One of the von Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
Why is he hammering her chest?
What's happening?
Ah! Server has got hacked.
Run! The servitors have gone berserk! My soul is ablaze with righteous fury!
You have been damaged, the battle begins. Right, to survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. You sense that the tutorials will familiar with the combat system of Warhammer Rogue Trader. Click the bottom of the screen, here button at the top of the screen to start a battle. Start battle. It is, in fact, turn-based. Yo. He's just attacking everyone. All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on the grid. Wonderful. That's exactly what I wanted for Pathfinder, for the Pathfinder games. On the turn, a character can move, attack, and use the abilities. Select a sub with a highlight and double-click the left mouse button on it to move the character there. Yep. Movement points determine how far a character can move on the turn. 1 MP corresponds to 1 cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonal is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 MP. Beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to maximum value. Note once a character starts moving, the action can no longer be cancelled. Do I even have... I only have a gun. So I can only shoot, which has a 45% chance to hit.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
To make attacks and use abilities in combat, a character must spend action point. I would have liked to read that, but sure. I do have... Reload. I do have 3 action points. Okay, that is the move points.
And so it shall be done.
But I can only use this once per turn. I do not have other weapons. Alright. Character and turn space. Can I? Okay. I can look at enemies. I like that the server has fellowship. Okay, zero deflection. Determines the amount of damage detected whenever a character hits the... Okay, armor. That reduces incoming damage. Shows the percentage of damage that is reduced by the character's armor and is detected after damage deflection every time the character is hit. Dodge is dodge. Kinda makes sense. Difficulty minus 10%. Movement points 12. He's a fast boy. Injury. Exploit. The operative affects one stack of exploit effect on all enemies in the operative's line of sight. That's neat. Hits a target with an exploit stack, the target deals. Right, he's not really attacking though. One creature within a 1-side radius. Range max 1. Frenzy. So he sees bonus ability and attack per turn. Right, so you have a limited amount of attacks per turn.
Action another step towards our ultimate victory.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
So I should note that there are some parts in the text which are descriptions of what you're doing. Unfortunately, they're not voice acted, which wouldn't make sense. I'm not going to read them separately. But he removed the voxcaster, which is basically a walkie-talkie. And this is also, unfortunately, not voiced.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Is that a bolter turret? Oh, is that the last scan? Oh, use the map to orient yourself. Right. Can move the map camera with that. Okay. Tarantula Sentry Gun, constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using standard template construct. Wires and services are still smoldering. Would seem to cause them of a shock of the motor force.
The Divine watches over us.
Lehman Ross Battle Tank. And I guess we have a tech priest here. Observation platform. Have a few servants, have another servitor. Okay, he is not voiced. Simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his waist tight with tension, his face half of which is covered by sin skin, twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation into trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. And suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. Describe the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Iron 6 Edelthread? Survey the room. Your first impression of Edelthread, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. Nervously twitching fingers are twice twisted by a slight tick, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that is taking over its physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthread, Theodora von Valanci's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible, head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind the back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in aesthetics between her and Edelthread. Behind the two of them you see two more men. One is a grey-haired officer of impeccable bearing, who is studying the contents of its data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapon. Data slate is basically just like a tablet. Yep. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora, the rogue trader, is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory impressive. Approach me and give me your answer. Your character skills reflect the knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, the information will be revealed or a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If the character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score and the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skill test. Okay. Consider this hypothetical situation. Iron 6, a new world on the fringes of the Corona's expanse. High seismic activity, irregular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights are fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to planet surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? So, I have two law options. Those spirits could well be the native's name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of AN6 engages in xeno worship. Law op, there are ways to confirm whether what is happening on AN6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychics to do so, but it will give us the answer. I do hate psychics, so go with that. Though but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psychic who would serve me well for many years. You speak of several. Edelthred looks at you with a warmth of Nick. Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. But do you, Liam, suggest that we use heretics who are offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which as I understand is still more than you could do, Edelthred. Find your tone most disagreeable, so you will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else will live to regret the consequences. We are both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. This has become any one of our stages to engage in petty feuds. Gonna take this. Edelthred looks at you with suspicion. Even among his flock not all of a piece, Liam. I suggest you familiarize yourself with the fact before you are sorely... Edelthred? I believe he gave you an assignment on the ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregate is still dawdling about the officer's deck instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me I well forgot the time. Edelthred bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. She has a sword. So, Liam, why are you here? Was it not you who sent for me? I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that. I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that. Clarity, a luxury few of us can afford. There's a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the importance of the Imperium, Selm was granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance. This, however, is one such opportunity. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo Afscarus. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, Liam, are one of those with the von Valancius blood in the veins, and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose. Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of the warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful, if not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Theodora sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Conrad Voigtvier served me for many years before he made his mistake. Does this mean there are other heirs? Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthred may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. If you say so to Edelthred, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting their time on me? That sounds like not a good question. I'm gonna ask it anyway. Theodora shakes it. Impatience. I'm rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstances and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthred as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here in the Coronos Expanse. A priest of the Adeptus Ministorum. Never would have thought that someone of my house would become one. Spare me this recital of your dogmas on humility and service. I am well aware that the ecclesiarchy is no less versed in matters of logistics than the hairsplitters from the administratum. When your commercial interests are hidden behind a facade of concern for humanity's souls, any action you will take raise far fewer questions than it would otherwise. That is correct. Moreover, your remarkable mental abilities were noted in your profile. If you can find a way to exhibit them in the service of the Von Valanci's dynasty, well, so much the better. Did I hear correctly, Master Whisper is related to you? His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name of Von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is close to him. Waitvius' performance in the current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now? The vox affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is an unintelligible noise. Theodora shuts off the transmission and gives you an imperious nod. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate a voice ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. Navigator translation. What are these things you speak of? Has he never traveled on a white ship? Sometimes we get the people without direct access to the ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a white ship travels between... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. If he hasn't been on a bridge. I wonder if the Navy officer has other options for that. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving root space and traversing into the warp, another worldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Geller field, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead, sometimes in days or even hours. This is how humanity spread across the galaxy, as how we are able to build the Imperium, which spends millions of stars. I like that the Geller field isn't highlighted for more information. An incident took place on one of the office decks, and service men per second attacked the crew. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance, or it could be the war playing tricks on us in spite of the Galafield. Perhaps it's something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all. Theodore laughs nonchalantly. The grey-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious approval. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, so you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff. I like the man. Abelard. Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idea eagerly tells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. She turns to you. The ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folk speak of spectres dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Any type of digital computer in the Imperial movement, right? Just a computer. Where's your ship at it? The Ranked system, the domain of the rogue trader Winter Scale of one of my peers, and Ravels. Only 3 rogue traders exist in Coronos Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps will one day assist House on Valenci's in surpassing both of them in influence and splendor. I set course for Rykard in demand. Theodora grimaces, she uses the unlocked instructs, for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for the voyage, but now is not our time. What are my current responsibilities? Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel in any new position. Eventually you will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthred. Until that sometimes, consider yourself my aide. Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself a worthy heir. You can stop by not asking questions of this sort. I have no need for sycophants. I will draw my conclusions when an opportunity to prove yourself arises. As for when you were granted opportunity, only God Emperor knows. No more questions. In that case, I shall have to. Theodora's vox awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. Lord Captain freezes, listening to Voxcast and nods and draws a weapon. Disturbance is reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove you work might present yourself sooner than you may have anticipated. I like how they just have guns with bayonets attached. Also,
Our foes shall be crushed beneath our unyielding might.
I'll bleed you dry.
all combatants act in turns and the order is determined by an initiative roll. The order of turns is displayed on the left side of the screen from bottom to top. Character at the bottom goes first, then one above, and so on. Okay. start the battle. Okay, she has a few more hit points than me. And he just
One fewer target. Reduced to dust.
just takes out some boys.
Die.
Yo. No. Cover. Use cover to avoid enemies' attacks. I assume that's probably only for a cover character enemy cover has a chance to avoid enemy ranged attacks. Full cover indicated per skull on shield. Reduce the chance to hit the character by 60%. Partial cover reduces its chance to be hit by 35. Although the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose and can be altered by certain ability stance effect. Okay. Cover the character can hide behind a mark with a shield or the shield with a skull when standing close to them. The character will automatically take up an advantage position. In this case, the chance that enemies attacks will hit the cover and not character behind them increases. The character will not receive bonus attacks from side and not protected by the current. Okay, this is half, this is full. And then I can shoot.
The Emperor commands.
Oh, I like that they actually move out of cover. This is the war
I
home.
will not be deterred.
Unfortunately, I don't think anything was in range.
I've suffered worse.
A heretic brawl. Are you really gonna? Okay, you have an axe.
A minor
Okay.
setback.
Oh, this'll leave a scar.
Plasma gun.
One fewer target. I took care of this one. For the glory of the
I am a bit surprised that that he can just use a melter without melting the girders here. Characters received a temporary positive effect from allies. Such effects enhance your character's capability in combat in some way, right? More about the effect you have gained. Hover your cursor above the effect next to the character's portrait, which is here. Plus 50 ballistic skill until the end of combat. Unfortunately, he is in cover. If I go here, he should no longer be in cover.
Let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
Critical hits is 150%, but can be increased.
Reduced to dust.
Not too complicated yet. Remember all these guardsmen. More, take a team with you and clear path to the transport line. Do not let a single horse and survive. Trade trans IC. Didn't bet an eye on that scum burst attack him. Not bad. I've seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. Vast sense of security offered by the position makes them much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. What is happening? Incident with the rampaging sevens may be connected with what is transpiring now. Possible. Quite likely. We still investigate at the time. We will investigate it at a time. Right now we need to isolate the infecting compartment and try to assess the situation. What are your orders? Mott has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after them and see if the Archmilitant requires aid. Be quick about it. Which way did he go? Did he go here? No.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the
Completely
stars.
forgot where he is. Also, I'm gonna turn down the voice a little bit. Even though the voice acting in the text from Mr. Voigt was quite nice. Fuck. Turn it back up. Apply that. Yes. Which way did he go? Oh, I guess I have to go over there. Okay. Rotate. This way.
What is rightfully ours?
I can't. Wait, I have no idea where I need to go. Second first,
Let
second
the
first.
faith guide my path to glory.
Is it up here? Okay, so I need to uncover areas of the map. I don't think he's gonna need help. He has a melter. Thank Providence, you're alive and well. Always on time, hey Kunra. The moment you finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after fighting's done. You can set your chrono by. More, pull yourself together. What did the low captain send you to jivvy us along? We all done here, I'll report right away. Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxner is silent, the Voxmaster is not responding, armed assailants have stormed the office deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of what madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report. I have not yet received word from the Engineering regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever they cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I'm receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. Victor pauses. Let a madman have already reached the office deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps it's an organized mutiny. But who would attempt mutiny here in the warp? Mutiny against the Emperor's anointed. Executed traitors have lost one of them. We must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle deck, perhaps and we might stop this wave from spreading. If this is indeed a severe case of like executed traitors, first we have to confirm that the bridge and navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have means to do both things at once. And I flashes ominously. Evil threat, where is he? I must know if he's unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than the whole army of men with improvised weapons. I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrives on traditional deck 18. Blast it, Master of Whisper, find Edelthread immediately. Then I shall locate Class and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Archmilitant with me. I must go to my study. It appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. Liam? If I may, Lord Captain. Transition to deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthread back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed Archmilitant. And taking into consideration Edelthread's psychic powers... And they're leaving. Then it's settled. Liam, find Edelthread and bring him here, in whatever state you find him in. This elevator, she points at the massive doors, leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers at the bridge. To let me down, I require you both. Do you understand? I cannot promise I won't lose out dearest heir somewhere along. She'll do everything in my power. Here in the way, I shall do everything in my power. Not everything in your power. You will do as I say. Have your heads if you fail. It's clear. Move out. Transitional deck 18. I don't think it's anything marked on the map. Are you ready to head to 18? It's a long walk and you don't even have proper gear. Shall we do lead the way? I suppose since I'm more important here, you can go to the front of sheet before you put on fame. You look at medically the language you throw. I shall make do. Lead the way. Of course you will. Lady Theodore will never have someone she can rely on as one of theirs, but that is no longer relevant. Ah, shit. He tasered me. Special destiny it's time to fulfill. Ah, so we have a traitor. Right. I did not expect it considering he was voice acted. If a character falls unconscious, they receive a trauma. This characteristic inflicts additional negative effects. Sure.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What is it inbred? Is your blood too thin for a sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
Right, why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my master sent me for. The Warrant of Trade.
No intention of helping you. Be a good boy.
I am afraid that you have no choice in the matter. Try to resist, and I will demonstrate the power that the warp holds over mortals. Come to think of it, I might even take some pleasure in doing so.
To the void with you. Skill test and dialogue. One of the available dialogue options requires making a skill test. Unlike with passive tests, which are made automatically, in this case you can decide whether or not to select an option. This consequence of which will depend on the result of the associated test. Right, success or failure affects how the dialogue will develop. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation or the character's attitude or perform an action whose consequence will only become apparent later. Because of the dialogue option that requires a skill test, you will see a tooltip detailing your chance of success. Number of the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Once a character starts traveling with allies, party member with the highest score will be selected. Doesn't appear to have any yet. Fight a voice in your head. Voice in your head, giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel there's a drilling influence forcing you into your feet and make a step toward the gate looming in the center of the chamber. I did not have an option there. Yo, it's a sentinel. Attack use 45. I do not have 45. I have 40. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built in the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eyes sockets lighting up a tool ember-like irises. Examine. Succeeded. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. Neat. Servitor on the gate begins to move. With a screeching grunting of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. Servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. A red screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voice that filled your head with after Wake hounded you with this blade did not go away. On the contrary, the source coiled itself into a night knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Examine. Servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you're used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper thread and has metal hinges on place of standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Look for anything that could be used for the weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. You search in vain. The chamber empty room is completely empty in perfect working condition. Every broken panel or protruding piece of rebar in sight. Look back.
If you forget something, I suggest you hurry.
Okay, last option. The sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the server's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vidscreen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. Sentinel's jaws remain closed and you're beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe because yes, Britain, none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humours. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, cracking like static. It's a sentinel, the cogitator, it's a figment of your weary mind. Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Who is this?
Genetic code identified. Child of House von Valancius. Do you require assistance?
Traits threaten my life and the safety of the warrant. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It seemed the entity coiled into your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
What is the sentinel? Ah, guns. Good type of sentinel. And flamethrowers.
Well, there is still another way.
Check the warrant chamber. Right.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
That is a massive warrant. Let it be known by my will and the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade and bestow upon them and the dynasty a great mission to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold bodily reins of fate, to walk steady road of thorns through pain to greatness. Silver Skull.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who dresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you the warrant sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
In place of the mechanical screeching, the Silver Skull's Vox projects the voice of Theodora von Valancius, the sound written with static yet still recognizable beyond a doubt. Vox Master, restore communication with the Navigator's Sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
Right, I need a weapon.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Silver Skull goes silent, its relay is clicking. Second off second pass, and you realize the Silver Skull will not answer you.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game story unfolds, you will see notifications on the top screen indicating that the status of current objective has been updated and that new information has been added to your journal. Get on the journal by pressing J or clicking R and B on the notification at the top of the screen. Journal entries help you keep track of current events and guide your characters on the journey. The quest tracks the progress of the main story. You can find information about any quest you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps of your adventure. Rumors and contract sections also contain important information. You will learn more about them later. Right, let me see. By the red of blood. Now must reach a warrant. A simple order of this to send the cognator will lock the chamber. This boy. I locked in the Silver Skull. Then it just respawned.
Master. What? Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me. What is the meaning of this?
Conduct Voidfear is a traitor. When we parted ways on offense, he stopped me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodore for something, and trying to reach one was somehow part of the plan. Clearly serving the unholy gods of the warp. Yep.
Serving the gods of the war? Kunrad is a heretic. Oh, Voidfear, you void rat. Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt.
So it would seem, but he's not here and we have a mutiny to end.
Indeed. Indeed. That is easier said than done, of course. But seeing one of Lady Theodora's heirs alive inspires at least some degree of optimism. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Right, got an axe, an auto pistol, flak chestplate, and a medic kit. While fighting, your character can lose some of the wounds. Your character suffered an injury after being attacked by Kundred. It sounds like character receives damage that exceeds 50% of the maximum wounds within 1 round. So this may vary depending on the difficulty of game you choose. Right. Injuries reduce character's resolve. The character initially suffers an injury. It is considered a fresh injury in their first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, the fresh injury becomes an old injury. Fresh injury can be healed using a medkit without passing any skill tests. All injuries can be healed with a medkit but require the character administering the treatment to pass a medication skill to succeed. Right. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all Mari members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medkit. Medikits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature. Base skill. Medicaid or have taken the Medicaid skill advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a Medikit in battle, a Medicaid skill test determines the number of wounds that will be restored as a result. Right, he can heal me.
What advice do you seek?
Do you have a chain axe? Oh no, you have a chainsword. Then the Medikit. And heal injuries.
For the Emperor.
And then inventory. Grab my axe and a pistol. And a little bit of a flak vest. I do not have Medicaid.
I won't suffer this.
Because of the Shadow of Torment, right?
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the war and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the immaterial. Only a navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Our alert is not bad on eyes. Lists all the horrors that you're about to face. How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Vox cast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appears when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
Wonderful demons. I had one of Theodora's ones.
Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
I like the little text just appearing now and then up here. For the Imperium and humanity.
Come.
A wave of static suddenly erupts from the surface gun. You can make out Theodora's word through noise. The two arms-less sons of daughters of the God Emperor. Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and well, you might destroy those who have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Serve during this policies. Tactical phase. Combat action with the tactical phase during which characters cannot attack or take other actions but may try to take up advantageous positions. Select the character by clicking the left mouse button or the portrait at the top of the screen and click a left mouse button on say you want the character to move to. Red cells are areas inaccessible to character. Tactical phase, each character in the party may move up to the maximum movement points but cannot position themselves adjacent to an enemy. He is a lot weaker than he was earlier. Just wound-wise. The combat abilities of characters differ depending on their archetype. Available abilities are located at the bottom right of the screen on the abilities panel. To read the full description of the ability, however, you cursor over this icon or click a right mouse button on it. Click left mouse button on the icon to use the ability. Before the ability is used, you will get to review its estimated outcome while hovering your cursor over a character on the area. Okay. See the when you're ready to use, click again. You can regain your abilities. Okay, so I do have the Warham. I do have the Charge. Then I have a Strike, a Swing, or Crit. Ah, neat. So AoE, a Sweep, affects bleeding, and then I can shoot. Can no longer use attacking abilities on current turn, so I can only use one attack per turn? Is that right? And then I have the pistol burst. For now I have an auto pistol, and not just a dingy revolver. Right, first of all, charge.
Your corrupt way has failed you.
Characters with melee weapons can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement. It can also be triggered by some abilities. All characters with melee weapons, including members of the party, can make attack of opportunity. Chance to hit and deal damage are calculated just like a normal attack. Right, in this case, I would love if this showed against momentum equal to 8. An additional 4 momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5-cell radius around the priest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First creature for every shot within a 10-cell cone. Central line, slight deviation, strong deviation. Max distance. Central line, What is my effective range? Is this range 5? Whatever. I'm just gonna shoot. I'm just gonna shoot a man. And then I can't do anything else. So, end it. Unique companion is warrior, correct. Specialize in melee combat and drawing the enemy attacks. Charge the unique warrior ability works only when they're using a melee weapon, is not considered an attack action. Use charge to close the distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. Click on B and choose the direction to charge in. If the enemy is in the direct path of charge, I will attack them and will start and will still be able to use an attack action afterwards if he has not used one this turn. 2 or more. Using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require character to be adjacent. To make a melee attack, click LMB and the strike ability. Right. Like single shots, melee attack hit automatically with no need for a roll. Ooh. Enemy will try to dodge or parry the attack if they are using a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can be used to make area attacks. Creatures in the area will suffer damage unless they succeed on dodge test or parry test if they are armed. Right. Brace for impact. So he is one of those Navy officers. Navy officer in a 3-cell radius give +2 deflection for each attack taken by the Navy officer. Right, first of all, charge. No. Too far away. Now if I move too closer...
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Target is too far, so I need one more. And then I can charge.
Your back and call.
Following which I can make a cleave.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
And then everybody gets deflection. Because the deflection, if I understand correctly, is just a little bit of damage reduction. Oh, that is on a 3-cell radius. Okay, you get deflection, that's fine. He parried with the back to the enemy.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
So he attacked with 6 to 9. He just has a sword, right? 6 to 9, and then that was deflected. How much deflection do you have? You took 0 damage. Companions get hit by your burst shots or area attacks. To avoid friendly fire, keep an eye on the trajectory of the shots and the area of effect of area attack abilities. Just straight friendly fire. It's kind of fun. This needs to move in a straight line, I guess. And I just realized I cannot move after using an ability. So we just cleave here. Or don't. Characters just miss. Increase hit chance, equip your character with a decent weapon and place them on a vantage point. Will help you. Movement attack. You want to right. Only move around a bit before they take an attack action. Once a character attacks, they lose the remaining movement points, unable to move until the start of the next turn. There's a way around this, however. For example, the character has some way of gaining movement points after attacking. So if I move here, can I move just on a burning corpse? Yeah. Slash him as well. And then, right, everybody has their own turn.
At your beck and reduce the dust.
You can advance the level of your characters and companions, preventing battles, exploring corners, expanding, completing quests, earns you experience points. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. That's just basic, right? They gain the slimy levels at the same time as your character. Even if they're not included in the active part of your journeys, you can always increase the level later. Okay. So that basically works exactly the same as in the Pathfinder games. So he has 33% armor. How exactly does the leveling up work? Click to view archetype. So it goes around. Do I get everything or just one? Choose a skill. At this archetype, it is possible to increase the character skills. The higher the skill score, the easier it will be to pass corresponding skill tests. Low Imperium. Right, and this is given, I think, based on Heretical Dogmatic Iconoclast. So, just spoiler, Dogmatic. Believe in the holiness and infallibility of the laws of the Imperium. Adherence to the precepts of the God Emperor and the holy chosen ones, carrying out his will to the ignorant and unruly masses. And fetid hatred of the enemies of mankind, be the traitors, heretics, xenos, or servants of chaos. How is heretics and servants of chaos different? Heretical? And iconoclast. Capable of overcoming the horrors and dangers of the enemy without the need to for artificial provisions. The desire to seek our common ground and compromise rather than comprising destruction. So this is, I guess, Puritan Fanatic. This is basically... Radicals are willing to push the boundaries of what is permissible in the quest for tools and means to achieve their goals. They often use Xenos weaponry and even creations of chaos for their own ends. Many recurs are pushed for the heretical for them to their own dubious methods. A Puritan, for the doctrines and laws of the Imperium to the letter. Make compromises with Xenos or using the weapons of the enemies of humanity is anathema to them. Anyone who suggests otherwise you consider heretic does nothing but a series of punishments. Correct. This is what I want to do. Active abilities, talents. So, in this case, because of my core figures, so I guess what I can take here is dependent on my class and my origin. Do I see the... yeah, those here. The ability to resist negative effects applied by some poison, similarly to alcohol, may give access to new dialogue options. That would be fun. Athletics is traverse difficult terrain, for example, leap over corrupt sections of the deck or climb over the slippery rocks. Could use some more of that. Characteristic bonus fellowship plus 25. This is... right. Coercion. Corrose. Ability is just straight better in everything. Nah, I'm better at the Medicae. And low Imperium. Sure. I need to... I'm taking the low Imperium because I need to know the laws. Okay, then this is another keystone feature. And here, available talents. So this is where I take talents. It's basically perks. Talents and characteristics. And these are also based on what I took at the start. Okay. He is also just a warrior. What does he have? He has... does this always compare? No. Characteristic bonus plus 5, characteristic value 50. What do we have here? Resolve? Right. Characteristic bonus fellowship. You know what? I'm just gonna have you be my coercion. Well... you'll be my athletics man. Right. So it's a slower type of level up. Defeat enemies have no further need for the former belongings, correct? But you can discover valuable trophies among them. Click on B on the defeated enemy to expect what is left of them. Items of the right side of the trophy collection window go to your inventory, such that it can be used to equip by your character's item on the left are packed up as cargo and sent to your ship. It can be later used to be traded with very faction. You can move trophies from one side of the window to the other by double-clicking the left mouse on them. Right. So the last pistol has only... right, so we have different damage types. We have a sword, which has less armor penetration but more damage. Just all of them to the left. To cargo. Then we
Let
continue.
us walk this path to the end.
Here's a map of your void ship. Consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not available, but over time your character will be able to access them. Right. The Warren Chamber, Navigator Sanctum. Let's go. Okay, we have a little servo skull that just... Okay, where... Idira. That name was thrown around earlier. Fire's a psycho.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once?
Wait, it was
Too close.
that was a warning?
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valensis. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind. Its presence is trying to hide when the sea is standing before you. Divine Eye.
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are Von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
You hear a few clicks on the relays of the server skull just follow you all the way here, and Theodora Scrum's words give way to a voice vaguely familiar to you. Office frequency. To all you can hear me. Those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's decks at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart. The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
So I assume we no longer have a tech priest.
What? You don't mean the Engine Seer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Right, we must save the navigator as well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Ideally, change the party, which now consists of several characters. To select one character, click the left mouse button on the tree. Select multiple characters, and it'll be a drag a box. Right, assign the party and each command say characters once press backspace.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Have a door. Locked door. Ah, there, big door. How did I miss that? Destroy his feet, don't keep our master waiting. Right.
May the blessings of the divine grant us the courage.
You
and strength
go over here, you
to
go over here.
down.
And you, I guess, want to be in cover. Oh, we have a heretic psyker.
Of this mortal flesh
You
means
can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended action in combat before taking them. Click L and B on any accessible cell on the battlefield to place the character standing on this. The ability to single shot attacks to the expected outcome. Ooh! Actually, with display that is used from the hologram's location that you assess whether you have picked an effective. Okay. So I can basically just like. Use that and then hit. That's neat. Right, I'm gonna move here. I'll give myself some resolve and then I'm gonna slap somebody.
let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
Unfortunately. Oh, I can charge him.
In service.
He appears to have a little bit better armor than me.
I will do my duty.
Slash.
You are
And
done.
followed up a charge.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
And then that's fine. Oh, he tried to leave, so attack of opportunity killed him. Ideally as a psyker and an operative. As an operative, you can study opponents and defend their weaknesses, and his psychic abilities allow do the damage to them. And analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies the exploit effect to all enemies within the operative's life's assigned at the start of each of the operative's turns. The operative can also use the ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of this effect. Okay. The higher, the more intelligence, the more exploit stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the operative hits the target with an exploit applied to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on the target's number of exploit stacks and the operative's perception. Expose weakness and operative ability, which they can use against a single enemy who is in the exploit effect. Special does allow the psychic to unleash psychic powers against enemies. In the future, you will encounter saves that only a psychic versed in certain disciplines can use. That's a psychic is infernal, but to do so you must first have the pyromancy psychic discipline. Alright. What can you use? You have a lightning arc. Chains up to 4 targets within a 3-cell radius. I assume this can hit allies. Yes. This is for warning. Second knows increase the target's dodge and parry. Okay. One creature, these from 7 to 16. Analyze enemies. Right, I'm just gonna yell at you.
Will do.
For now, he tries to leave and gets hit in the back. Perfect. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheek. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead. I believe Master Vespiara still lives. Abelard flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and the dark marks of the face of the creature. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. Give Abelard a pointed look. Master Vespiras. Navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rose from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. Your time is short. The voice coming from the vox grilla base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Are you alright? Suddenly the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back onto the seat, then thrusts forward again as if its bone crack and skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated but leans far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous screaming mouth-like pits. Fall to your knees and waters, behold the final dawn. Body came from beyond. His body is not his. It's, yep, demon. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator, succumbing to paroxysms of corruption. Its march thunders under burden of hopes, and seal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me. Navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling. But then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eye that has turned from a trickle into a stream, mixed with the blood coming from out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye. Run, flee from this place while I still have the strength. The words come out of the voice's laboured rattle. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp, but it can't be done without the Master Helpsman's help. Tell me, right, I want to help you. Tell me how. Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on, and wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation. So run. Run. Right. The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he's still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we need support. Our only option is to find our way to the office attack and join forces with Edelthred and his people. We will also find Lady Theodora there. She has heard the call to arms that the Silver Skull relayed to us earlier. Good luck and thank you. Navigator does not give a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids. The vox at the base of the chair is bellowing outstaring interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Okay. To the bridge I go. I assume through this door. Nope, it's locked. Then this, I think, is the only other door I can take, and yeah, office stack. Oh. I think... autogun. Nah, alt... office stack. Non-usable items are automatically packed into cargo. Okay. All the Xenos weaponry that should have been destroyed immediately. Right, before I continue, I forgot that there's also a button.
Ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these.
Shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step further. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
This is a stealth battle. With power armor, white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand, so for a brief moment it seems she's not going to stop and wants to continue eliminating her steez, starting with you.
Sister Argenta. Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Right, Liam von Valencia is the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by smears of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Seneschal is right, no time for talk.
Very well. We may leave it at that, for now. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
Oh, what is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trace ship? You ought to serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
Right, we guess the main
Through
hall.
this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May terror's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Oh, chest. What do we have? 2 cargo, right. This is... I would like some purified bolts. Well-maintained axe. I'm gonna take that. Yeah, that makes sense. You have received a new more efficient weapon for your character. Upgrade your equipment, open the inventory. You can either hold on B and drag the new item to the weapon slot, double click left mouse on the item's icon. Right. Makes sense. Right, before I continue, I have to leave for a second though. Right, so Got a better axe. Then
We are bound by the blood of masses.
more goods. Not quite sure why I moved the goods from my ship to my ship, but I'll take it. There's a big door. Can I open that? Everybody else has to. Right, we have a few heretics around. Since I'm just gonna charge, can I?
Can't allow myself to do this.
You behind the table, and then you have a gun, so you're also behind the table.
My ears are ringing.
Magenta is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas and the soldiers. He's an expert with burst, ranged weapon, and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Magenta's strength is her mobility in combat. Running gun is a unique soldier ability. He grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of an next attack by -1 action point. Okay. Soldier abilities offer -10 to ballistic skill for the attack. Running guns also allows soldiers to perform an additional attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one attack with them in a turn. Revenant Slaughter is a soldier ability that can be used once for each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single. That is a neat mechanic. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, critical hit chance, and critical damage. The effect second and lasts until the end of combat. Why would you not ever use that? Why would you ever not use that, rather? Certain types of weapon let you make burst attacks. Unlike single shots, burst fire requires you to select the direction rather a specific target. Burst attacks are particularly effective against classes of enemies. When performing a burst attack, character fires several successive shots in different directions. Most of these shots are concentrated in the center of the selected attack count. If there are more enemies they are in the center of the area, the more of them will be damaged if the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from a central trajectory. And burst fire can hit allies. However, in this case, there aren't really any allies in the way. Unless I shoot there. But in this case I'll just shoot straight on.
Commands, I act.
Got a kill. Then I can technically use the run and gun
Without deeds is worthless.
to shoot again.
Doubt is for the weak.
But with a mallet. Okay. And then lightning.
On it.
Alright. He's directly next to her. This does count as an attack. No wait, I use this, which is an attack. Okay, you
Anything else?
dodge shots.
Indeed.
Stab him. More enemies. Not too many. Should be fun. I mean, this is the tutorial area, so... I don't expect them to be too hard. Oh, a little model of the void ship. Well, right, full cover indicated. I think we already had that. Some cover can be stripped by melee attacks, area attacks, and other abilities. Wait, the structure cover has a durability bar above it. Single shot can penetrate through any cover. Single shot can penetrate through any cover. It's good to know.
Actions will
Stab a man.
be the warning to all who oppose us.
Stab one more man.
Step towards our ultimate victory.
And then this... How many? 1, 2, 3, 4... So this should... where can I see the momentum? This is Veil Degradation. Oh, right. Okay, so need to be careful. This is the momentum. Special combat resource. These will be responsible for the entire party and once available for each character.
And so shall it be done.
That was a good increase then. Because, yeah, this is 8 plus 12 more, so 20. And now I technically have access to this heroic ability thing. Right, he needs a little bit of a heal later. For now, single shot on these guys.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I hit a chair.
This is unacceptable.
This is okay, one turn, cool down.
I'll do it.
Didn't need to do that. I don't think I have access to these heroic abilities yet. Right, in that case you can just reload. You are too far away. This does not count as cover, apparently. In which case you yell at... This is minor abilities. Within a 3-star radius, right. No, you yell at him.
Will do.
At your beck and
Stab a
call.
man.
Take care of this one.
And then charge a man.
I will do my duty.
Preferably I would leave first, but this... I think I have to hit him first before I can charge somebody else, so...
Rejoice in service.
Do I have a debuff on my... Ah, no, I have a buff on me.
I will not be deterred.
Okay. Motherfucker laughing. Yeah, go here.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Then you can move here. Actually, you move here, because then this guy should not be in cover.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Doesn't matter, I miss anyway.
Doubt is for the weak.
That's second hits. What do you use, actually? Actual, just a bolter. Wonderful.
I know what is to come.
Wait, so this is... Is this a minor? Oh, this is a major. We currently feel degradation 3, and up here is 15.
What?
Yell at people. Yelling at people, my favorite weapon.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Right. So assume...
It won't open. The damned heretics have blocked the door, trembling at the thought of our approach.
A melter charge will help. There's probably one around here somewhere.
In order to unlock doors, clear rubber cores, machine spirits, and overcome other challenges, you can also use consumable items. To open the door in front of you, use a melter charge. On successful demolition, skeletons, the door will be blown apart, allowing you to proceed. What do we have? Nothing useful. Is this a little table? Cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Yeah. The Emperor protects.
Know your duty.
Put all of that to cargo. Titles and authors are printed gold on the spines of a book.
We
it is
reclaimed
amazing
is rightfully ours.
that they're still using books. Ooh, multi-key. Provides an additional opportunity to open the lock, an expendable item. A machine rate set. Sacred oaths and cogitograms can a piece of keep of any technology. Provides an additional opportunity to call a machine spirit and interact with the device, the expendable item. So I assume that as I use it the first time, it just happens. I can just do it. But then every time afterwards I need to actually use... What is this? To open a jam door, click on the icon. The character with the highest tech use will make the skill test. If this test fails, the door will remain closed. A particular bad result of tech use can cause the door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Logic 100.
I have proven myself
Your
yet
character is
again.
about to make a tech use skill test. During an explanation, you will often make your various skill tests. The result may determine how successful your character's efforts are. Make hidden dialogue options appear, reveal new information. The success of the test determined by rolling a 100-sided die. So a D100, yes. It's good to the difficulty of up to 100, including negative values. To succeed, you must roll a value less than the sum of both the stated difficulty and the value of the skill used for the test. For example, you're attempting a test with difficulty of -10. Your character's tech use skill score is 40. Therefore, to succeed, you must roll a 30 or less. Any result above 30 will mean failure. Note the difficulty is calculated from greater to lower values. The greater difficulty value, the easier it is to pass the test. It's easier to succeed at it. Okay. The higher a character's skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed on tests. Skill scores depend on a character's perspective, respective characteristic scores, skill advancements, and level ups, and any bonus characters' equipment might offer. Succeed on various tests and gameplay, develop different skills for your characters and companions. Open the door. This. I can just open the small door next to it as well.
Accomplished.
Any more goods around here? Yes. Now, leaving the boys on the floor, because I'm pretty sure provisions, jewelry, Xeno artifacts. Oh, we have different types. So we have weapons. That includes the magazines of the magazines. We have melee weapons. We have a set of icons, holy gifts, miscellaneous, ship components. Huh. I wonder if I can use them later.
I forge my destiny among the stars.
There's still a power supply.
I rise above hardships.
Wonderful. And then in here we have a little safe. Plastic crystal cores. So I guess there's a bunch of loot around just for selling. Operator's gloves. +3 bonus to attack use. I like that. Exclusive device. Simplify removing obstacles. Now if I go into inventory and check, it does not tell me if somebody has a higher value. So attack use 40, 30, 30, 30. Right, so you get these gloves. We now have a 43. And then we're gonna blow up a door, I guess.
The Emperor favors me today.
I love the little silver skull that follows us. Just, I saw a laser. Okay.
Know your duty.
Went to advance level. Oh right, I have a level up. Didn't even notice that. So you get endure. Warrior's next turn all incoming damage is reduced by toughness bonus, and the warrior gains toughness bonus temporary wounds. So my toughness bonus is 4. So I get all damage reduced by 4, and I can use this once per combat, I guess. then you just have the same. You, on the other hand, expose weakness. What do you get? Awareness. What does awareness do? The subconscious ability to react to things that conscious minds may or may not perceive. Awareness allows the character to notice traps, cleverly hidden objects, and secret passages, unusual or suspicious elements in the environment. Okay. You get explosive weakness. Removes all exploit from this target to decrease the target's dodge, parry, and armor by 10 plus exploit stacks times perception bonus % on the start of the objective's next turn. Your perception bonus is 4. So the bonus is just divided by 10, rounded down. Okay. And then the soldier, you did take demolition. Blow things up. A rebel in slaughter. This is the one. Immediately removes the window effect until the end of combat. The soldier gets following bonuses. Plus 10 ballistic skill, plus 5 times 2 agility bonus, critical damage. Agility bonus, % critical hit chance. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The kill count is not reset between rounds. So kill 3 enemies, get additional bonus. Yeah, that's a no. We do have a psycho apparently who just walked through. No. The roar of flames rings in your ears and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A while later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. Surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And I see the figure walk out of the fire toward you. It is Theodora von Valancius. Her expression is calm, terrifying of someone whose body is engulfed in inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of a power sword, the other is raised in an avenging gesture. Are you lost, my heir? An apparition, sorcerer's apparition, trickery of the warp. Sister, you will lower your weapon, despite his commanding tone. Abelard does not sound too confident. He started at the road trader, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening lock caption is outrageous. Aren't you in pain? Pain is but reflection of one's weakness. To renounce weakness is spirit in pursuit of greatness is the only path to heights worthy of a rogue trader. Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of these flames, Liam. Show your path, rid you of pain, and give you weapons so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging the body to give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance. Do not listen to this abomination. If there is not but slight in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faith will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. We need to follow the authority before you suffocate in this furnace. The people. Leave the survivors from the middle decks. We must help the crew. Lead them out. Find a way around. Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled, as if there were a body of water between you and them. Okay, sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on the values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in 3 directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, Votary, it becomes the character's main focus. When it happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2, Adherent. Your characters others have convictions of their own as well. Then we must have a chance to meet up with... What are we waiting for? So... accept the offer of help, take my pain away and give me power. Get the people off of the bridge, I will not leave my pain in the house. Dogmatic, walk through fire, and put it would guide the righteous on their path. Thousands of needles piece your consciousness, but are powerless to stop you. Take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodora's voice fades in the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions coming from behind, and the screams of weak dying in the inescapable blaze. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes caked in soot and burnt eyelashes refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing on your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body cloud your mind, before suddenly retreating as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads throughout your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see a glow with warm light before you, the Aquila, sacred symbol of the Imperium. This boy. In the next moment, you're struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Victor wounded you, is gone. The fire seems to have burnt the entity away without a trace.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
Praise the Emperor. We passed through the flames. How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said, that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Behind Argenta, you see Idira Class double over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who were following you have withered away in the fire. The cocktail user rage mere 2 steps away from you. Right. The Emperor protects. See the Aquila, it was glowing.
You're delirious. Whatever it is you think you are seeing.
He seems perturbed by words. He casts another suspicious glance at the Aquila just pointed at.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What? We'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord Captain standing there in the fire? Abelard, you tell her.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
Arise and stand tall. No element holds power over the righteous. Even if you were anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. You must be strong and your limbs obey and without fail. And yet, there's deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are a limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of faith, it will not carry you much farther. Do my eyes deceive me? I can swear I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake. I hurried here to join forces with you and the others. It's time to push the heretics back. That's the only way. We are here in response to... Right, push the heretics back. Indeed it is. Your wounds? Look closely at Edelthrad. I think... Chance 95, right. Difficulty modifier plus 50. And then I have a 45. Edelthrad does not seem to have changed since you first met, but only at first glance. His face is taking on a strange hue, the skin and his temples appear scaled, and his voice now has an uncanny screeching quality. He's under traces of fatigue and stress. The psychic his body has begun to mutate, a consequence of contact with the warp. My faith will keep me upright with a weapon in my hand. It is all that matters. Pray forgive my insistence. I shall not be the one to doubt faith of he who has passed the trial before. Literally. I've gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet, I do not see the Lord Captain nor her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct request. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways? It was at this very elevator, Master Edelthred. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the arch-militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts. This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the ridge. Konrad Voitvia was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerer's rituals. If the traitor has resorted to witchcraft, you must stop him at once. Right, I shall go to Theodora's chambers to find her. A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you, you may be well late. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, may the Emperor bless your deeds. Shall see you on the field of battle.
We
Right.
shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I believe it was here. And if not, mango. It's a door.
It's a worthwhile investment.
What is this? Element and health guards. I assume there is no crafting in the game because I am not on a forge world. Collect all. Leave. Lord Captain's quarters. Bonus one. The fuck's crossbow?
The divine
Find.
watches over us.
Why is he so loud? Well, found her. Holy shit, she has an organ. And the Arch-Militant is also dead, if I see that correctly. Helmet of the Devoted Protector. Request dogmatic. Follower. Celebrate grants its immunity to enemy crit hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. Read. Wait, can I see that? Can I see who can use that? He can't, she can't, she can. Right, for now, I have a fresh injury. I should probably have that looked at.
Look no
You.
further.
Heal. Not yourself. Fuck. That was a mistake. Heal our boy.
Even in the darkest
You
moments,
have found item that can only be
there
equipped by
is
characters
hope.
of a certain conviction rank. You can open the character menu to set which conviction your character follows. Like both the characters you have on conviction. You can check what conviction your character adheres to on a convictions tab. Let me actually see that. Abelard is an iconoclast. So he wants to save people. We have a heretical and dogmatic. Up to 3. I'm gonna be honest, it would be kind of weird if a Sister of Battle was not dogmatic. Theodora von Valencia's body sprawled on a large blood-drenched desk. The Archmilitant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, was slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Damn, that screech was loud. It was a good scream. It was a good scream.
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
Right, honestly I doubt it. Victory was humiliation suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here. And he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me. and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Right, examine Theodora's body. Healing close to body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise. The last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-splattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a close look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Inspect the shards by the desk. It isn't because say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is handwritten letters with the initials XC, and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Low Imperium test. Right. And sends shivers down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora von Valencia signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, a secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hurts heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Let's look at Mort. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter and shards of his skull. Safety on the arch-militant's weapon was off. Gun must have been a split second quicker than he. Right, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Can I tell if the remark is directed to glass shots at Dira itself? Right, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Okay, makes sense.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Reach the Voidship Bridge.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Is there a combat servitor?
I am but a faithful herald of the
It is a
righteous
combat servitor.
wrath.
I will level you.
Thermal multi-melter. Ooh boy. I would probably not want to be hit by that. Plus 40 armor and suffers minus 20% to dodge. I will definitely have you back here and you back here. And I cannot place you directly next to enemies. However, I can place you in charge range. Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. More damage if the characters have produced the ability and mobility and the ability to dodge attacks. The armor set indicates what % of incoming damage from an enemy attacker can absorb. The type of armor also influences the chances that the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. Right. A character in light armor dodges attack more often, but it takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some turns allow characters to use different types of armor effectively. Right, we charge
Victory is
the
imminent.
combat servitor. It did not take a lot of damage. Then brace
It will be
impact.
done.
2, 3. I don't know if it did affect him. And endure, so we take less damage. And the warrior gains 5 temporary wounds. And then we just hit him again. And then we basically do the same thing.
Emperor commands.
Can you bleed? You can bleed. What does bleeding do? Melt the scorching area attack. Reloads equipped weapon. You are bleeding. Suffer damage at the start of each turn. The effect can be removed for any source of healing.
And so shall it be done.
I do like that. You encounter enemies with various abilities and features, and I can next to an enemy's portray indicates the right. Can check that with the wonderful. Right, I think I'm just gonna use single shots here.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Then we use the
Faith
running
without
gun,
deeds is worthless.
who shoots someone else. Wonderful stuff. And then you can targets one enemy within cells and 10 cells to against immediate gains +2 exploits. Now this guy is maybe a problem. So if I first
On it.
use this ability, that's not availability, I think. No, it is not. Then until the start of the operative's next turn, which I do want to do because I want him to lose the armor. So now he should have. How much armor did it reduce? Armor 58%. Modifier part machine 4. And then minus 22% from. So you have 80% armor. And then we yell at you. Actually. Yeah, we hit you in fact.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
That was that's some good hits there. Unfortunately, we are now very much breaching. Use the attack opportunity.
I've suffered worse.
Okay, you can go by checking the combat log to learn more about it. Right. Unfortunately, that overwrote a. Where is the combat log? Cargo manager, journal, character, combat log. There it is. Changed by -1 to 6. One would change by 6 is 200. Right, because the combat servitor tried to. Oh, melee superiority increases damage? Oh, that's neat. The entire visual thing. So the combat, then stay correct. The combat changed by 3 to 7. Then the combat servitor tried to move, got slapped. 15 direct damage to combat servitor. Damage caused bleeding. So that was just because he was bleeding. Then these 9 rending damage. Combat servitor hit roll 56, less than 100%. That's fine. Dodge. Okay, he had 0% dodge chance. 98 over 15. Red damage rolled high 9. Base damage 13. Damage modifiers +3. And then you can open it up. Trigger auto due to melee attack. Dodge 30, part machine, exposed weakness, agility, attacker's perception, attacker's agility, difficulty. Minimum value minus 74, 47%, right. Weapon skill advancement plus 10%. So the weapon skill, because melee attacks always hit. The weapon skill is mainly for parrying and for critical hits. Is that correct? And then the defender's weapon skill based strength minus 10%, right? Damage, strength plus 3, effective armor 57%, minus 58%, right? Armor penetration plus 15%, result 9 damage, and then it doesn't say who dealt what damage. In this log, I would kind of prefer if it also showed who did what. Right, anyway, we are going to... Oh wait, you're over there. Charge.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
That's fine, you can just slash this by. Or not.
Actions will speak louder than words.
However, I do think I may want to... The voices do appear very loud. At least to my ears. Turn it off a little bit. Shoot.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Get a level up. That's going rather quickly, these levels up. So, Daring Breach. The warrior immediately restores all MP and MP and gains plus edgy bonus MP until the end of turn. They don't lose MP after performing attacks. Warrior has no limit on melee attack. Okay. That's the heroic. Is the... I don't see the desperate measures separately, so it's not available. Special abilities. At this archetype rank characters in special archetype ability can be used as a heroic act or desperate measure. These abilities become available depending on the party's momentum. Right. And then I get available talents. Oh boy. That's gonna take a bit of reading. What is Contempt? Enemy attacks the warrior next melee attack against this enemy deals an additional plus 4 damage. Does not stack but can be reactivated after an attack made by either the same enemy or different one. These are the recommended ones. There is less than 50% one, they gain additional crit chance. Epicenter of Slaughter. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain plus 1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of the turn, the warrior gains plus 1 temporary wound for each stack. Cannot exceed the warrior's 4. The toughness. Warrior deals an additional plus 3 damage to allies and shapes and cells. I want as many allies as possible. Warrior gains a plus 1 damage deflection. The parry chance is increased by 25% as the warrior's total armor. I am gonna have a lot of armor because he's definitely gonna get a power armor, if I get any. If there are no enemies adjacent to warrior to start the turn, the warrior's damage is increased by 2 plus strength bonus for 1 melee attack. Damage by the charge is increased by toughness bonus plus strength bonus when the ability is used from a distance of 5 or more cells. Neat. Enemies suffer a minus 10% penalty to the hit chance with ranged attacks, including area attacks against the warrior for every enemy in a 1 cell radius around the warrior. Okay. Charge distance by cells, it's fine. Warrior takes damage, they gain edgy bonus dodge. I do not want to dodge. Use a single shot attack on melee attack against target. Warrior gains armor against attacks made by the target. Neat. Warrior gains plus 4 damage deflection against first attack by every enemy this combat. This is locked. Features sworn enemy. Need an enemy with the effect by the... So I have to take the sworn enemy first. This is gonna take a while because I like to read all of this. Warriors hit while under the endure effect, the damage deflection is increased by plus 1 on the warrior's next turn. Okay. The warrior parries and attack the next warrior to grab ability cost minus 1 AP less. I don't think that stacks. Consequently, death charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement and grant plus 10 plus edgy bonus. Plus a dodge. Again, do not want dodge. Oh, I'm not gonna be dodging anything anyway. Area attacks did an additional plus 1 strength bonus. Develop 2 for each enemy in the area of effect. That's neat. Attacks opportunity deal 10 plus 3 times weapon skill bonus, less damage to the warrior with a range of the attacks of opportunity cost 1 MP less. Okay. If they have not attacked, they gain armor. Charge and slash do not affect this bonus. Charge and push increase the damage of a ranged attacks made against affected enemies by 5 plus bonus. Blade Fury. Each use of slash increases damage dealt by slash by 1 until the end of combat. Oh boy. Which is slash? Strike is the number one. Swing, slash. I do not have slash. Do you have slash with your cleave? Strike. I don't have anything with slash yet, apparently. Yes, I would like to. Reckless Fury. Reckless Strike gains 2 plus... Okay, Field Medic was the ability to use medkits without a medikit skill. Also, the warrior gains additional +4 wounds whenever medikit is used on them. Well, attacks gain +10 armor, but for that I need bolter weapon proficiency, which I do not have. Gen weapon attacks gain +4 damage, maximum damage. I actually kind of want like power weapons. No melee supremacy, which melee superiority. +10 weapon skill bonus for each additional ally. Larger creatures, okay. Grants +50% bonus to parry. Flame weapons would be fun. I do have last weapons, don't want that. Power weapon expert. But those are probably only later. This is just additional health, proficiency, character level 4. Is this not level 4? No, it's level 3. This is okay, this is the origin. Keystone, okay. Drukari weapon Eldari. Do we have orc weapon proficiency? Character attack with second weapon in the current weapon set in addition to the usual 1 attack per round. This attack suffers a -2 penalty to weapon skill, ballistic skill, and costs 1. What exactly does weapon skill do? Increases the parry and reduces enemy parry and dodge chance against melee attack. It also increases the chance of scoring a critical hit. So they can parry that easier. Characteristic training, weapon skill. So this is... I can increase one of that. Base skill athletics. Character fruits even if the archetype origin does not allow it. Ah, so base skill, advanced skill. The character can also reroll failed skill tests. Grenadier. First grenade used in combat does not spend AP. It is a counterweight. Power armor proficiency. Strength 45. Fuck. Pinnacle of weaponry. First attack in combat with any plasma melter or power weapon deals additional damage equal to 4. This is, I guess, my... No, this is my... Toughness? Oh no, this is the int from the craft. This is from the craft roller, right? Fires of Forge. Burn effect on flame weapons. Sealed Forge. While wearing heavy armor. I need heavy armor first. Bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target hit with a single target attack. Successful critical hits from a single target attacks increase the hit chance and dodge reduction by +20%. Calculated relations based on intelligence instead of fellowship, which is basically what I want to do because I do not need fellowship. I do not want fellowship. I'm a priest. I don't talk with people. They do what I want. Warhammer of Furious is again +1 stack of the disturbed effect. Adjacent to the devotee gain +2. What does the disturbed effect do? -10 penalty on willpower fellowship tests. Equal to the momentum restore. Okay, this is if I ever fight demons, which currently is not really happening. When the allies in the area of the effect of the Warhammer of a Furious Recital gain a plus devotees willpower bonus divided by 2 damage. For single shots and attacks of opportunity for run around. Shield of Faith. Gains a 4% chance to ignore any. Alright, this is the Emperor Protects. Melee Flame and Melter attacks deal additional damage against Daemons and Psychers. I don't really fought any of those yet. Anything. Wait, I think I'm gonna take this, the Calculated Relations. Because that way, Warp features Origin Talents, right? archetype talents. Then universal features. Charge distance by 2, interception. Next, right. Wait. Is this not specifically for the warrior? Why is this an archetype feature? Support. Charge and push increase damage. Oh, right. Okay, that's how that's... No, I'm gonna go with mainly the... probably these talents. Because I do want to completely buff the litany at some point, the Warham. Fortunate characters can use persuasion. Right. No, I'm gonna take this. No. Talk first. Some point increase intelligence. You, available talents. Origins, ready to serve. Okay, affect my allies non-damaging ability, but die for the Emperor, doing my part. Unfortunately, you will always have the same archetype. For at least now, because both of us are warriors. All features. You would like to... I'm gonna be honest, if I use you as basically the other version of the warrior and have you be... Right, I'm gonna give you the rigorous training. So he's going to be Dodge Man if I take him along. Dismantling attack. Operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against the target. The attack always hits. If this attack suffers a minus 30% penalty to dodge and advance, that's probably really good against bosses. The operative gains 1 damage and 2 armor penetration at the end of combat stacks. Suppose weakness also use enemy's toughness willpower. Whenever operative attack does full wounds, the attack deals additional damage. Suppose weakness costs 0 AP. You do have warp abilities. Because you're a psyker. Allies gain plus 15% crit chance. Of at least 1% again an additional armor penetration. Oh, that's wonderful. What kind of psyker are you even? Oh, we have different reputations. Profit fact. Biography is not available. Right, whatever. Predict downfall. First dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a -7 plus 7 times Psycho Psi rating 7 penalty. 9th successful dodge and or parry by the Psycho. The allies combined grants the Psycho 2 additional AP on the next. Oh, that's neat. Divination, Psychic Power, and an ally without natural luck effect that ally gains a natural luck. Suffers a critical hit, becomes a normal hit, and still in the end. Okay. Can I? Yeah, I can click that. Resistance test for suffer an additional mental damage every time they suffer mental damage until the end of combat. Turn any enemy becomes the target of any psych ability for the first time the enemy suffers a penalty to intelligence or perception. This enemy was dealing more damage and wounds of the target excess damage will be able to. Okay, that's neat. Stacking. That's good. Visions of Doom. Every 6th use, all enemies gain a stacking 5 penalty to all characters at the end of. To all characteristics, which is weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, agility. Now, that's probably gonna take a while. Infected with blunt, stunned, immobilized, a prone affected by the Psycho, suffer 10% more damage. Then the Psi rating. Driving and peril. Every perils of the war increase momentum By seconds with power bonus resolve. I think Powers of the Warp is probably with the whale counter. First time each turn, the seconds next Hanky Power costs us action point. Advice and guidance. Becomes the target with this against plus 10 weapon skill until end of combat. Force weapons attacks deal +1 side rating more damage and have +5 times side rating plus armor penetration. Force reality decreases. Damage on targets is 6 cells or farther from the target. Targets have an additional +3 damage rate. Second sight have a range of 2 cells or more, have the range increased by +4. Yes, each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. If this loses the effect on veil degradation to less than 0, veil degradation is instead decreased by 1. So I can use a damaging psychic power by being threatened by enemies in melee range without a provoking attack opportunity. Probably shouldn't be that far out anyway. I do want... Where was it? The advice and guidance. To just buff my boys. And then you have the Firearm Mastery, which to make a number of extra attacks equal to the weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. Some attacks do not spend AP. Then if the soldier's turn, the fast attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. So you immediately also recur weapon. That's neat. But so you also Imperial. Well, I'm gonna give you during cost 2 as AP. First reload in combat does not cost AP. After surgery it's damage to 3 per enemy against more damage for the next attack in current combat. Okay. For each adjacent ally soldier use +5 ballistic bonus, more damage to enemies. Critical hit chance. Bonus is double against enemies for which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. When the soldier uses damage, the critical damage is increased by 1%. Cover efficiency is increased by 10% for full cover. I'm gonna take the unpredictable. One more crit. I want her to kill things so he can use her ability. Right. I assume this is to the bridge. Body shop bridge, yes. Let us loot. Grace of the Wear against +5 toughness if the intelligence is less than 35. Do I have somebody with less than 35 intelligence? Yes. A lot of people, actually. You are probably gonna need toughness the most. To the bridge. That is that a sign of siege?
Second sacrifice draws its gaze.
That does seem like an eye of siege. Like the sign of siege. Elthronod looks somewhat harrowed but is still in one piece. He lands at you and over the show clearly. You're here, but where's Lord Captain? Theodora von Valentis is dead. I found her in the Archmilitant in a study. God Emperor preserve us, the doctrine is dead. The ship has lost the Lord Captain and the house is its head. No matter what the ritual Kundred is performing, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp ring in the air. It's the end. We perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. Enemy of humanity has triumphed. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The change is already accelerating. I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat. Perhaps the warp doesn't have to end. The ship can still be sealed after warp, but we must trust the communication between the bridge and the navigator's sanctum. I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Words worthy of righteous soul. Safety lofty words for later. Well, you navigator's ready to take the ship out of warp if you get some help from the bridge. Then we have no right to bow our heads. You can see Conrad Wojtwi clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time. Illithred bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Illithred eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. That complicates things. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you see to it that the void ship breaks free from warp. Watch over our realm, and farewell. Accursed traitor, time will come when you will plead for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are a vow of he who watches towards his death. What? Theodora is dead? No, it can't. Not now, I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Ah, chaos spawn.
Close ranks.
A little elimination. To use the unique abilities called react to desperate measures, momentum is required. Depending on the action of your party in combat, the momentum will increase or decrease. Momentum value allows a character to use a react. Low value grants access to desperate measures, but ability can completely change the battle, but every party member can either use one or the other and only once in a single combat. Chaos spawn. You are a demon. High stats. Weapons, melee, one-handed. All enemies within the area of effect within a 2-cell radius. One enemy within a 2-cell radius and one-handed melee. Creates a 3x3 toxic zone which lasts for 2 rounds. Every round, everyone within and every creature entering the zone suffers damage. Creatures within the zone must pass a toughness resistance test every round and suffer toxin. Target makes a toughness test. If failed, the target suffers bleeding. Creature devours an ally, restoring 30% of the creature's maximum wounds. So you can heal yourself by eating other heretics. In which case, I think we just kill all the heretics before you can do that. You go down there. You will encounter items with various abilities and features, and I can next to an enemy portrait that they are nothing for. Okay. I thought we already had that. Whatever. Right. Can you charge here and then attack someone?
The Emperor.
Use a Warham.
Its service.
Oh, I could use. I'm gonna use that later. Rending Scream. Right, so uses ability Rending Scream and Abelard. Toughness, good resistance is required. Bleeding effect. Rending Scream on creature. Parry despite melee superiority. Hit roll 32, less than 100%. Right, parry 15. Right, so you go here and stab a man. And then you move over here to stab a man. You on the other hand can just shoot him. No line of sight to the target. Ah, okay. In that case, you move here and can just like shoot a chaos spawn. 5 to 9. Every enemy I guess can only be hit once. And then what else does do? Search against the ability to make the number of extra attack equal to the weapon's rate of fire. What is your rate of fire? 4. So you can make 4 additional attacks. I don't think that's necessarily important right now. Wait. Shift plus 1. Why do these have the same...
I'll do it.
Whatever. Shoot again.
I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Your corrupt way has failed.
Cover me!
You go here. And then this guy is in line of sight, I guess. So, yell at him. No, you don't have line of sight to the target. Okay. Dismantling weapons. Dismantling weapon. Heroic act. Heroic act. If X1 expand, then make a free attack against the target. Until the end of the target of the attacks have less. Right, I'm gonna.
That is not my
The target is too far. You don't have a ranged attack, I just realized. Except your psychic things. That is always also just melee. Not ideal. Now most of the enemies are far enough away that I don't think they can help there.
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
So we just slash you.
Actions will speak louder than words.
And again. Oh, it just eats them from back there. And then it spits at them.
Unshakable faith.
You can use a medkit to restore you. Right, I'm gonna do that, however. Treat an injury, get rid of certain negative effects. If a character is injured, if the character has a medikit equipped. Yeah, you have now an injury.
This is beyond me. I can still fight.
So you move over here
My place is at the fore.
to heal our boy,
Your aid will not be forgotten.
the which
I
we.
will do my duty. Victory is imminent. Someone else can do this.
Right, you can also do this during breach. This was all AP and AP against 3 MP. They don't lose him.
No matter the cost.
So now we hit you a lot.
Will be done. I will do my duty. Victory is imminent.
I should also leave. I should also go here.
It will be done.
And they dodged.
I'll do it.
Yeah, you'll never be able to use this ability in this combat. You move closer. You definitely move out of this toxic goo. Apply that. And I don't think I want to yell at him at this moment. I do want to use that.
My armor is contempt.
My arm is contempt, wonderful. Shift 3.
Be deterred.
And then, we'll just see if you can bleed. You, in fact, can bleed.
Just a minor setback.
Rending damage test succeeded. Chaos spawn. Devour. I don't know why there's Russian in there. You have.
Won't suffer.
Right, you have used your bleeding thing.
Duty go hand in hand.
And then you can.
Indeed.
Does the bleeding stack? That would be interesting to know. Also, how often can you use this? Unfortunately,
The seneschal's job.
I can't really use... Wait, is this permanent?
Will of the righteous.
Or is this only for this turn? Since we apparently... Oh no, now we lost momentum.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay,
I'll do it.
then we reload. And then you can use the exploit weakness again, actually just yell at him? No, I don't want to yell at him at the moment. You move here, and also just hit him with the Psycho Stick. And now we also have melee superiority, which I guess we need 3 people because he is a big boy. Does the bleed stack? No, but he is now injured. A fresh injury. Too many injuries would come. So the injury itself doesn't do anything yet. Okay, Argenta is now bleeding. A lot of my people are bleeding.
I will endure.
And our boy is prone.
As the Emperor commands, I act. This is unacceptable.
Okay, this was only one time.
Will do.
Why would I ever use the normal attack? Since this deals the same damage, right? 9 to 13? 9 to 13, yeah, just like sweet to make him bleed. Okay, so while he did a lot of damage in the early stage, the demon has been vanquished. Oh, not demon, Chaos Spawn. But I do think that probably counts as a warp creature. Bridge over to talk to him. I can't get over there.
We are bound by the blood of masses.
How do I get over there? Oh, yeah, sure. Don't forget to take the goods. What do you have? Blade Shard. Trimmers with a natural color. Gloves endurance. Gets an injury, falls unconscious. The ability gain the allies gain +1 bonus to damage. Neat. Iconoclast. Follow each heretic act used in battle increases the hero, whereas dodge by 20%. Right. Also, I see a new level up. First of all, you have the tech use gloves. You. Right, I'm gonna do level ups first. Now we get a talent and a characteristic. Taking +1 stack of 1% of slow until end of combat. Start of the turn, warrior gains +1 temporary wound for each stack. Right. Temp health. Temporary health. You already have this feature. Plasma melter or power weapon. Don't have any of those yet. Actually, can I first take the strength? Effects the damage a character afflicts with. Right. Can I take the strength? No, I cannot. Also, I need 45 for the power armor training, I think. So, that's probably still gonna take a while. In which case, I will take this Epicenter of Slaughter. And the strength. The scraps are physically strong. Character is melee weapons allow some hope. Right. Toughness is toughness, and weapon skill is the weapon skill. Enemy parry and dodge chance against melee attack. Okay. Getting your toughness up to 50 would be neat. Or I could take the willpower. I cannot take intelligence, which is a bit of an issue because that's what I depend on for my talking stuff. Right, increase my strength. Abelard, available characteristics, Desolation, Thick Skin, Open Engagement. To the warrior at the start of the turn, the warrior's damage is increased by 2 plus strength bonus, 2 times strength bonus for 1 melee attack. And rage if you're low health. I think I'm gonna take that and make you be have you be again a chargy boy. It'd be weird that there isn't music currently. What do you need? Perception, right? The operative uses a lot of perception, right? Logic, medic, tech use skills. Does this scale? Psycho staff power level plus the Psycho's willpower bonus damage to each. Oh, that is from the Psycho staff. That's not your own ability. Take the perception. And then available common. Oh, this is available talents as a common talent. Okay. I guess since you not really need weapons. Do weapon combat, heavy weapon proficiency, heavy weapon proficiency. Ah, neat. Characteristic weapon training skill, ballistic skill. I think I'm gonna give you dodge. Of which you have 80%. Parameter helps negate damage from is attack will automatically try to dodge attack, no matter weapon. Base dodge chance is 30% plus attacker's agility plus the attacker's perception. Minus the attacker's perception. This chance can also be affected by ability. Right. I'm just gonna try and give you additional dodge. Because that can't hurt. Right. Start off with that. Ballistic skill is how good you can hit. So yeah, take that. I just realized you also have an auto pistol for some reason. The damage to critical damage is increased, so I probably want you to just up your choose talent. Isn't this a common talent? Oh, the different classes have different progressions. Interesting. Trace the trajectory. Use cover against an enemy. They can guarantee critical hit against an enemy. Features dash. Fortress. Full cover against an enemy. The soldier uses plus 10 against the enemy. The enemy attacks the 20% lessons. Okay. Forewarning. Controlled shot. Second skin. Medium armor doesn't reduce dodge. Do you have medium armor or do you have heavy armor? Bolt weapon expert. Yep. Summary. No. Show me the inventory. You have a chest plate, which is medium, right? Then you do not want this because this should go on someone who actually has a higher risk of taking. And then you get this because I'm pretty sure you're the only one who can take that. Right.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
How do I get past this now?
The Divine watches over
The demon spawn has been killed. There's a bridge officer over there. Can I talk to him? We won, we won. Not quite yet. Oh wait, do I even need to get over there? Or do I go the other direction? Oh, there are goods there.
my destiny among the stars.
Right, I just go the other direction. Bravo, Master Hansen, system status report. By the Emperor, it's essential, living and breathing. Sickly skin, pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is overgrown with foul victory would be scrubbing it off the vid screen so throne knows how long. How do you people survive in here? We need to... Right, that's probably more important. I'm gonna ask anyway. Must have been Providence. Better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they marched in here, the ones with the Master Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. They grabbed whoever could drag them behind the cargodators, then I prayed for a rescue. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It's our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officer out of the stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issues. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready, crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Well, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You're the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than ever else, deserve to take a place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward to turn that sits on the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat, or the final preparations. Wait for the officer to report. Bah, blast that. Wait. Translation is a craft, not something being a tick. Just go up to the throne. These people are about to do the impossible. They at least is the least they deserve seeing a figure sitting in a usual spot. Please hurry, every second we waste terrible time risk. Alright. Ready. So I do have our own command throne. I'm gonna be honest, I still like the style of Warhammer 40k. It's kinda sick. He got apparently lost on the way. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents, invisible to mortal eyes, or whatever is beneath the thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It is taking on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal its true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp. Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? Yep, Zinch. A vision lowers its head, its harrowing gaze boring into you. For but a moment, something changes in Theodora's impression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear. It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery. You are to blame for Theodora's death? I have already resisted the temptation of the warp once. Whatever you are, I will not cloud my mind and with a new illusion. Begone! Then you want with me? No. I've already resisted temptation of the warp once. Theodora hisses almost painfully, as wounded by words. Resisting the inevitable means only that realization submission will bring greater torment. There's no power that can hinder the flows of fate. Your head begins to spin and vicious drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you're no longer looking at Theodora. It is a trait of victory, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. Same terrorizing voice seized from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak, that fate was assured and the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you on the day when the final dawn arises over the Iron World. See you by my side on the day of my resurrection. Images scattered by invisible sources winds, and you see Idira eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. The image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. A thread that will lead you out of the maw of irrevisibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you in the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, a purple. The images replace one another in violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal succession of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Interesting. Don't really see Zinch a lot in games. It's mostly like Nurgle and Horn. Robert turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments and realizes Abelard, who's standing seneschal. The Navigator's Sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means the Navigator gave up his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of all who died this day. Robert does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, well, he does know. Who is there? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
But weird that this part is voiced, but the ones before not.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision. It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Right, so tutorial is done.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived, to hang the ancestral banners once again and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
I wonder whether that changes, that scene changes depending on what path you choose. But yeah, that was a bit loud. Bit louder than explainer. And yeah, the prologue is done. Time is it? Took me 3.5 hours. 3 hours checking out character creation. With a unique terminal that provides Lord Captain with direct access to the ship's data crypts. Yo, it rotates. The drone rotates, I love it. Deep shadows of weirdness can be seen on Abelard's face through the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, smells something, nods to himself. Well done, your lordship. You had us worried for a few hours there. The blood officer thin smile, but after witnessing you fearlessly rush into fray on deck, the only thing that surprised me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in the Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be the first briefing. We sustained massive loss amongst the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaders to the deck clans. How do we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that the informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Our Grimness was on the agenda for this meeting. Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The captain is not usually drawn away from important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally in negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, Lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officer who works 6 decks away from the bridge, and they, in turn, will have the honor of beholding the visage of the Lord Captain. Have you succeeded tracking down Whitby? No, Lord Captain. No, the commotion is chill and cold. Our people are still on a hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking on the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrote. Right. Wait, Abela. There's an altogether more pressing problem. I do not wish to be a rogue trader. I am an ecclesiarchy boy, so... The old officer gasps and looks at you. I do agree that your elevation to your new status is rather precipitous. I assure there are good reasons for it, not least the fact that whether Lord Captain the ship would be destined for an open disaster. But I digress. You do not have a choice, Lee. You are the named heir of the Rook Trader, and your fate is predetermined. Besides, if Condor is guilty of the deaths of the other candidates, then the assassins will still be there waiting. And they are reckless enough to attack you if you drape the mantle of the rogue trader. But if you were to disembark the ship bearing only the status of an ordinary servant of the Emperor, can you just leave? Right, whatever. It's difficult to accept the state of affairs, but I shall endeavor to do so. The end of balance to carry in the name of the God Emperor Liam. Already started briefing some of the officers. With a gesture, I will release the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. We have a tech priest. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you. The expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and awareness. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, it is. No, wait, that's astonishing. So that's 6 and 5 up there, so it's 11. Whatever, it's close enough. Attention, officers. You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Liam Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. I haven't the time to listen to every last officer in the second grade. Oh, like, give me a what are major problems and what needs to be done. Perhaps you would introduce those present. As you wish, Lordship. I will appoint a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Victor Siri Otter of the Tolimon line, our new Vox Master. Vox Master, I think, is just the communications. Communicate. Yeah. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Vox Master offers a depot. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. That is... How does she eat? Besides her is Ravo, the master helmsman. He sees our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain that monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray in an asteroid field or a pirate trap. Bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a tough expression that seems hardwired as his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. Your ship's good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. Before letting it come to any grief. Lastly, a high factotum, generous Dunrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and general material well-being of the ship. High factotum, generous Dunrock. That's an outfit. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the three officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master and his crew work to prevent extinguished fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drax Master, servant of the Omnissiah. The three officers salute you. The Infernus Master salutes confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drax Master offers a salute resembling a dance involving complicated manipulation of all the tech priests' mechadendrites. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, these teams, Zachary Weiss, head of the Atropath section, is unable to join us. He's in charge of communication with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Voidvia's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it's possible to do so. All others present are adjutant, secretary, and deputies. They are here to make a record of the proceedings. Right. I'm just gonna go number by number. Yes, Lord Captain. Tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material loss and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. A post passed to him of the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for years only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. Right, High Factotum will have you to report. We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given to the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I can replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Fricat Madorus. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trade Dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on a planet without first coming to understanding with the governor. In the respect I am powerless, negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue trader. Especially true, given Caliga's Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Drives Master, I will hear from you now. Zira Tallah, a voice distorted by a vox retranslator, emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine is entrusted into my charge as unharmed, thank thee, Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow I must also report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. But someone can translate these deep Trespasser's words. Yes. The ship's most senior tech priest, most senior both in rank and experience, is dead. If you do not find a replacement, we will be unable to resolve the problems with the warp engine, answers the Voxmaster instantly without even thinking. It's not the first time she has acted as an interpreter between the ship's various inhabitants. Right. Last time, so deliver your status report. Right, you all, Captain. Cut a long story short, the bleak is bleak. Ship's sound, more or less, but without our Engineer Prime and Navigator with in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into blockheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a cut of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a novice nobility station. The station maintains complete vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located and navigated in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. And for you, grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use your new residence. Slightly less shitty news. You can't go around the system till our hands go swimming as long as the Prometheum and supplies last. If any thick as grog shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Right, Master Ordnance, do you have anything to report? No, my job's simple, maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone, we've got no able crew, no, look up them. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer and bitter replies. It's if it is a bad damage burst inside, all his pent up emotions are rushing out. Ships in ruins, every second officer is dead, and now we've got a green low captain who's supposedly as void knows way. Silence! Force cease this mutiny. Albert grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then it's not bad at all, Your Lordship. I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What will we ever do with Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. Execute him. Consider it done. Take him away. A brittle laughter of the Master of Ordnance reverberates around the order as he is led to his fate. Around the bridge as he is led to his fate. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members and we require new engines here, Prime and Navigator. This is all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage. Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship system must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. I will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I see the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Tolliman. We are in the Rikat star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to avoid Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobility Station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the planetoid in the system, and Rikat Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. Augurs are, I believe, sensors. Allows worship to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various kinds of other crucial... Right. Situation is not very encouraging, but without the navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet, not the Navis Nobility Station, and to find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for your reports. Dismissed. Assemble officers years 1. Your Lordship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost important. Lady Theodora, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought a ship here to the system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, chief architect of his will and the Coroner's expand. I will be honored to fulfill the Inquisitor's commission. What is it? What is he asked? I came across a strange handwritten letter on the I was sent XZ. Right. I'm gonna go with number 2. What if I choose to ignore this commission? You do not ignore the Inquisition. Yes, quite right. XZ. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs von Kallax, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundo system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either in Nervous Nobility or the Governor of Rekat Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valencia's Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under his mountain of problems. His face softens slightly as it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Nope, denied. Adira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Sister of Beryl grimly nods what to do. The psyche is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I told her it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice says, I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Daybreak. Do you come to your senses? Bring the witch to heel. Yes. Bring the witch to heel. Thus, cease your buffoonery immediately and report the reason for your intrusion. Damn it. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future and it hit me so hard my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading your way. I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? Because it's before daybreak. You cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mr. Sluss? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. Can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Look, Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into the future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions. I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The psychic spit lip stretched into rest. If there's nothing else of value to report, I hear this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. I wonder if this works out like in the first Pathfinder Kingmaker. Use the system map in the center of the bridge. So now we have movement again. I like the rotation. The pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out. You can see the grate of quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. How may I serve you, Lord? Fellowship 40, that's not gonna fly. Oh wait, yeah, I have a plus. What are Voxmaster's duties? I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. I receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through ship's internal and external channels, and we also ensure clean communications and optimal efficiency of the crew's voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about the local networks of their watches, and what the leaders are clamoring about over shortwave vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Why do you look so strange? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many dozens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we will fall from the Lord Captain's updeck and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Relativism, because we are the child and born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or the forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity voyages through a warp and the countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Right, tell me about the lives of the Voidborn and my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are part of the ship just like it is part of us. We perform numerous functions and there are many of us among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Whiteborn are members of large Whiteship dynasties that bear responsibility for a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Toliman dynasty has produced the ship's Voxmasters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. Amazing. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Voxmaster, and only the best in the dynasty can come one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its demesne. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to sounds of activity, falling asleep, waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people, just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be bringers of ill fortune, alas, it is the Whiteborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyage. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idira at last not shown up in the right place at the right time. He came to my rescue, and the Scoundrel's fear of her was even greater than the fear of the Warborn. Looks like you're close friends with Idira. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corners of Victor's eyes. They only hint that the Voxmaster is smiling. The Whiteborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Idira to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing regicide of a class of Amasek. Yeah, regicide game, I guess. Yep. Except Idira changed after one incident and we started to drift apart. Death Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idira considers me a friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It's good I can still look after her, in my own way. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based on half a face and the Vox modular voice is no easy task, but you managed to catch the undercurrent in Victor's words. The Voxmaster is not merely sent by her referee, she is devastated by it. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once. It was dreadful. Felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shed at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Victor twitches his shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of worries. This ship is my home, Lord Captain. I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. Let us return to business. Have you experienced probably anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain, I have no information that would be of interest to you. I'm gonna try the fellowship thing. Actually, fellowship 40. So, this is always the difficulty modifier into my skill value, which is 35. That's not oh, because Abelard is used. Right, try it. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the queue with a rousing speech and hear your voice roar through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. That will be all for now. Live to serve, as should be. Then, do we get... Okay, tab does highlight everybody we can talk to, and also gives us the exact name. I'm gonna talk with everybody. Tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hinder the presence of neuroconductors on his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Well, Captain, most times would ever 8 years service. You're Whiteborn, are you not? That I am. Born into Houseland clan in the bowels of a chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15. Then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by low-old scum. They spared the young'uns. Of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was having none of it. They were going to make a servant out of me, so I escaped into crawlways. Then I spent months picking them off, one after the other. You can't be talking about Storm. Anyway, yes, I'm a Whiteborn. Finish your story, Rev. Rev stays silent for a second. Not much to tell. I got everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward, to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under the wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own there, CC. Nobody asked me many questions, so I stayed, grew up, trained, got some order, then ended up junior helmsman. dozen years later, Denrock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. Tell me about a void burn. Look, Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone knack for conversation like Tolliman than you Voxmaster. I ain't the talking type, I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. Or can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing, wasted set what's they are, each and every one. Take generous Denrock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some deals he makes will get him burned alive. He drags other people into his scheme so he can take the fall for him too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him. He got caught by a sinister and up in Void Hatch. Denrock couldn't kill us. Voxmaster, another Tolliman like the last one, Void Rustum, is no better. She cut off half the Void channels the day she took up her post. That the Vox systems were damaged by the Engineering had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to see the ship? Collecting Cox reports with the power of my mind. First officer was Verzarian. Can't stand him. Like every Navy officer I ever met. He doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void, but he puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him had have a few words a few times before he left me alone. I think the Emperor Lady Theodora trusted me with an sinister when it comes to hemming the old ship. Then there's that woman, what's her name? Class. Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look what happened to her. Wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that the witch delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. Say she's friends with a young Tolliman, you know, at least she used to be. I mean, do you like anyone at all? And Ever looks perplexed. What kind of question is that? I like you, Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if it was making cracks about the rogue trade? I don't want to die just yet. Right, well, Captain. He is not a friendly boy.
Trader,
Right.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
The crest servants of Chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended the post until the bitter end. I don't know what customary pregnancy there are for cases like this in Von Vendancia's territory, but in a world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans. Right, what good will meeting them do? Make arrangements for a meeting worthy of the Rogue Trader. I will address the orphans with a speech. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valencia's dynasty, where consideration is the least they deserve. Livers ought on my behalf, they ought to be properly provided for, but a personal meeting with the Rogue Trader is too much. Why would I? Do you wish to finish that with the illusion the world care about them? Well, no, yeah. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. Pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. Every 10 points of strength adds +1 damage to melee attacks. That's good to know. Just a few claps. A motley group of adolescents did not take their eyes off a few, gazing at the use of who were creatures straight from a fairy tale. Oh, and indefatigable... What the fuck is that word? Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glanced at the gathered children. It is hardly the scholar progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans of our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing at the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces a whistling. Brave Ons, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet you, Lord Captain, the Rogue Trader of House von Valancius. Great grandly. A minute of beholding a captain is a great enough honor for them. I am the Rogue Trader and Lord Captain of this ship. Speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for just cause and brought honor to the Von Valancia's banners and those of the Imperium. I'm proud of them. I believe that you will become the worthy heirs. Yep. These hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the room seem silent, not particularly impressed by your speech. One of the sculling visitor with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says Billy. So why should we care? Your friends and parents stand dozens for you know a lot, and you just give us speeches. Grant Genta quickly turns to the boy. I've thought of emotions flares in the dark eyes, like he wants both to calm and scold him for his impudence. Right. Address the chaperones. The compartment leaves much to be desired. I hope that they will be molded into worthy servants of the House of Valencia. The audience is over. Punish troublemaker, put the rest back on the base. This audience is over. Yeah, if you have things to say them without fear, I will listen. Doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back, and won't change our fate either. We keep slaving away on this shit, or we drop and die like our folks, or worse. I like how you can always just address the chaperones. Strong have the power to decide the fate of the weak, either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boy, save your grumbling, look for opportunity to rise above the rest. I see your grief and dismay. Your parents died, it's not an easy thing to go through, but I gave the lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of the honorable fate with anger and disdain. And the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. Yeah, no. Don't speak of the honorable fate, anger and disdain. You heard the rogue trader his worth carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servers immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with one Valencius emblazoned upon the wrappers. Here's an astonished camp prepared for any contingency. Are you just tossing them at them? Agenda rubs the temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Just give him snacks. That'll help. But yeah, it is not a scholar progeny. I don't know. Have we teachers on the ship, or who teaches children here? Do we homeschool? Do the officers have time to homeschool? Idle chat is strictly forbidden on the bridge, although between tasks the officers still find the opportunity to discuss the latest development. Not allowed to speak. Do it anyway. What time is it? 5:30. Right. Talk with one of the officers. What do you say? What do you have to say for yourself? Anyway, right. Ready for anyone else? Boring.
Greetings.
So now, tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am, talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
Right, it said the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is this true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
All sisters truly as faultless as you say.
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
The Eviscerator, if I recall correctly, is a two-handed chainsword. What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
Then you said you belong to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Corona's expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororities in the Corona's expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
No more questions about the
Should
sisters.
any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Right, tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
About what I expected. How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
I just realized that there are purity seals all over the UI, and I'm like, what happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to the planet, deal with the chaos worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was traveling like? What was it like traveling on Theodore's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
No more questions.
As you wish.
Why is it it's keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
Have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. That's definitely
so
help.
They shall.
Okay. Let's see if anybody else is around. Machine spirits are skittish this day. We have Abelard, we have the White's Men at Arms. So these are basically just, yeah, there's just a guardsman.
Lord Captain.
Right, let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation at Corazon's expense for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Coronis Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chora. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That is all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
Right, I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodoros' seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcements to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Right, do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship. And I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Right, no more questions.
Of course.
You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
I must take my leave.
Lord Captain.
Right. Who else can I talk to here? So this is, I guess, starting the map. Rykard. Star system, right. Events of Warhammer 40k take place in a vast region of space known as Korra's Expanse. The sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which we get a chance to visit. You find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new agile systems, discovering more routes as you explore the expanse. Maybe you see before you is the map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to any point of interest and click LMB on it to initiate the event or open the planet view. Right. So we have that's I guess the navigator station. Rykard Majoris. The prison. What is these runes? An unidentified void ship and the Minoros, and this is me. Okay. Oh. I can just move around. Settings, escape. Hull integrity. Void ship management. Back to bridge. Okay. You can just reskill. If you do not like your character's build, you can always drop your character's current progression. Other experiences are funded, and you may even select a different archetype. Interesting, but you can't change your origin. If I see that correctly. So that could allow me to just reskill later. Okay. Though I do just want to be a big boy in the front lines. Yelling at enemies. And maybe singing Hartems. Bridge Technomat. Ah, he has an instant. Okay. High factotum generous Dunrock, the corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. Seven skull wears over his shoulder, while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he's holding, and regards you with attentive interest through the lens of magnifying import. Greetings, your lordship. Generous Dunrock at your service. How do you come to serve the Von Valencies dynasty? I come from Dargonus, your lordship. I've been a subject of your dynasty since birth, and I've always tried to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they tend to shorten the waiting list at my expense. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact science and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the adeptus administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing the risk losing the head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tax on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me your interests you, and I'll endeavour to be as honest as possible. Tell me what you think of Seneschal Abelard Vazarian. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not, teach Master Vazarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what method she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there's something else you need to know, Lord Captain. You Seneschal was capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away, and that really saying something. Keep an eye on that old office, I say, or, alternatively, turn a bit of faith on Allah. I'd like to hear opponent of Conrad Waketear, the Weimar Master of Whispers. I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although, he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines, after all. The factotum's bloated face grows stern. You give us all quite a frightened and ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Victory's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out I could elect the most important quality for a Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the Rogue Trader, and this failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you have to say about Vox Master Vigdus Toliman? Ah yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Toliman has spent in post as Voxmaster, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as in any Voidborn seeking to earn the Master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalties. That... We should discuss something else. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you, exactly? We must often deal with the followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Casbalica Mission, or, Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. What do the followers of St. Drusus acquire from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coroner's Expanse to the warm embrace of the faith, just as the flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign of the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians, is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Tell me more about the Explorators. Members of the Explorator Cognizance fleet, which has been roaming the Coronal Expanse for a good while now. Omnissiah knows what they're hoping to find, but the Acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found on the docks of Footfall. I'm interested in the Casbalica mission. Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixus sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladimir Tokara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladimir, look for him in the Liege's palace on Footfall. What is this Fellowship of the Void? Generous emits a glough like a pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of the little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there's always a risk that these colonies will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far, microcans have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf, and the Adeptus Amasecus on Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. Adeptus Amasecus. That sounds like a bar. Why are you giving away to these people in the first place? To profit from them, of course. Lots of things you will find during expedition are complete junk to one such as yourself, while less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Casbalica dealers and explorators, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times, and there may come to a time when we shall be the ones who require aid. It would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. Right. Okay, so the other two options are, I assume, the retraining and the creation of additional characters. The tall middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone and one of her glasses on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head toward you and offers you a crooked smile even as her eyes look right through you.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You are a Psyker. Psyker is only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut. If it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Unsanctioned cycles are illegal. Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Right, tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
Continue, you never finished your story about first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Lyra looks at you expectantly, then as though clarifying, she uses hands to indicate a head exploding, and laughs. How did he end up in the rogue trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawked at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Right, let's talk about something
Of
else.
course, Lord Captain.
What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you.
Right.
Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open? Not good things.
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you see my future?
Alright. That's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Well, even for another time.
No problem.
Talk about something
Sure thing.
else. Did you know Theodora von Valanci's well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
That's not great. Things are straight between you and that Genta, isn't it, right? Yes.
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Right, take my leave.
Of course.
Bridge Technomat. Get that incense on whatever we are using here. Voidsmith at arms. So I guess that's all currently available on the bridge. Then, void chip management. So I can upgrade stuff here, I guess. All weapon, other components, upgrade. Of its centuries old history, the flagship of the von Valancius dynasty has undergone many modifications. The new combat maneuvers the Lob offers opposed improve flagship abilities at every rank to dominate the void and the expanse. And I assume this costs me. Swing run. Flagship flies on a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement. So there is separate control, torpedo control. Gives control of nearest torpedo salvo, granting it 5 VMP void movement points. Right, how far a ship can move on their own turn. They were launched on another turn, so I can change those. Attacks and lose only half of when absorbing damage. Okay. By moving the flagship, may make its next turn at 90 degrees instead of the usual 45. Flows of the material cause the enemy ship to immediately turn 45 of 90 degrees depending on the ship's maneuverability. If the enemy ship is suffered hull damage, this abrupt turn additionally deals damage equal to 50 to 20% of the ship's missing hull. For a 45 degree turn, deals the damage twice to a 90 degree turn. Does not affect ship's logic cruise. Okay. Flagship action. Okay. I think I'll leave this just alone for now. Advanced abilities. Ultimate post abilities. So these I'll have to take anyway, then I get advanced ones. Developments. Ultimate post abilities. Okay. Posts. Supreme Commander. So I assign posts to that, yep. Skill required demolition for Master Cannoneer, Shield Master. I do have myself and Warp General. Low Warp, okay. Master of Maneuvers. The Master of Ethics Awareness. Officer, regular officer. Officer Idea. So I don't know if it's necessary at the moment. I will for now set up some posts. New heading. I assume this is from attack use, shield mask. Manages the ship's various technical systems including avoid shields, warp channel. You do not really have warp, so I'm gonna set that up. Looks like there are 9 companions around. Then, what else do we have? That is inventory, character, inventory. I think I don't really have anything currently that needs to be done. Character, journal, the map. Only for this. Corpus Valencius, that's the tutorial. Budget management and the cargo manager. Right. I'm gonna have to leave for a second. Okay. Cargo capacity 102%. Unusable items 0%. Cargo list. So these I can use. Info. Armor kit. Fuel. Holy gifts. That is not available. Drag pieces of loot to remove it from your loot screen. It will be packed into suitable cargo space. You may withdraw loot from cargo at any time. We have a good amount of just stuff. Miscellaneous. This is just not really all that relevant. Xeno artifacts, ranged weaponry. Melee weaponry, melee weaponry. So if you have... If I arrive at 100%, I assume it opens up another list. So this exists because this is at 100%. Okay. Nothing currently. This is inventory character. Can I, at this moment, enter the void ship view? Doesn't appear that way. Okay. Oh, these are the coordinates. I was wondering what happened there. Artificial fallacy. No, wait. Don't move yet. Go here. Scan it. See what happens. Vox Master Vigdus, Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navas nobility continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Uruk 5 being off limits to visitors, we intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station orbits. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of the interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navas nobility house requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. No one dares give me orders. Order the crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigdus' remeasured voice. The officers from the org crew perform the full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We are able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some are fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, what are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? Contact the station again and we'll negotiate personally. The Vox relays the cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I'm sorry, though, Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Right, we'll not invade the Neville's nobility station without first acquiring official approval. Lord Navigator, only navigators are blessed with the gift of steering ships through the immaterium. Anyone else would succumb to the same nightmarish influence it projects on the crew and the vessel. To attempt traversing warp space with a guide is the fool's errand. Forgive me for intruding, now, Captain, but I feel it is my duty to remind you that the Navas nobility are highly respected as citizens of the Imperium. Humanity's guides through the warp. The power and the status of a highborn navigator house is akin to that of your protectorate. To aid them in the hour of need is to acquire an influential ally. Right, in that case, order the crew to commence docking at the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigator's blind dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Okay. Begin scan. Uruk 5. Choose party members. We have up to 6, it appears, for the party member. I can already see chest-high walls, which is not a good sign.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your
Riches, you will be consigned to oblivion for transgression against House Orcelio. Immortal Emperor, deliver our servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Orcelio, I command you to come execute the infidels. Not a step further. Also, there's some strange guests on the station. Felix Orzelio, a tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black unblinking eyes are watching you every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. I believe if you be so kind. Desist, brother. It was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. Keep talking to me this one. Right, it was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. Navigator frowns. No one has the right to interpret his will so freely, brother. But wait, I recognize your coat of arms. You must be a lord of the Van Valencia's dynasty. Yes, I'm absolutely positive, in fact. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of the station. So you did not come to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Europe 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. What is happening? Provide me with an agreement and I will immediately part the station. I do not think this is possible. Europe 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of the infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, if I gestures to turn to disorder around him, you've chosen an opportune time for negotiations. What is happening on the station? Where did all these compasses come from? Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of a nobilite, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Europe 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred my loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner, greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Pollock fell sullen for a few moments, and then furiously slams the end of his staff on the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassian, and are torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Have your rescue her begun, but waste no more of my precious time. What kind of help? Still a question. What kind of help are you talking about? I wouldn't ever ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet... Philip takes his hand away from his ribcage, noses his blood and whisper, and yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the Mistress' chamber, you will need to make a holy relic, sanctified with the blood of Lady Orcelio herself, as a control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part and the other was lost during a mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How do I make the control rod? Why should I help you? No. Why should I help you? Came to the station for a reason. House Orcelio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress' blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirits would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. I am supposed to power the elevator. The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Lava's nobility or incurring the Empress' wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So have you decided to send out of the One Valencia's line? It would be an honor to save the Lady Navigator. The recruiter's aid will cost House Orcelio. And sign a contract with my protectorate. Take him by force. Right, for the good of the Imperium. You should hurry on. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue trader. May the Emperor's light be with you. Felix bodyguards.
The premonition runs true.
The corpses are mauled by force far beyond their mortal capacity. They face are twisted in pain at the hands of fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery. Okay, I don't see any doors here we can use, so instead we go up here.
An expected result.
The Emperor gave me a vision.
The ready conspirators are trying to break through guard rooms. White pure color, and it's already with horrible veins. Who are you? Why are you crying? Ah! There's a trap up ahead. All your characters to disable it. If a character enters a trapped area or fails to test it on the trap will trigger the damage inflicting injuries on characters within its area. Sometimes we see trap marked with connecting the line. This line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. However, right.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Examine Medicaid 65.
The duty prevails.
Took their own lives for slicing their guts wide open. Ah, sure, I'm just gonna grab all of that. And some goods over here. Then we have some more goods. I'm just gonna... We must not let the miscreants defile House Orselio. Fire at will for House Orselio. Right. Simple question of which one's the traitor, which one's the heretic. However, the problem is that they are actively shooting at me. So that doesn't give them a good line. I think I'll have you be over here.
I can't allow myself to do this.
You... I'm gonna have to... Yeah, they're gonna have to walk around him and Abelard. And then you can also just, like, be here. And...
I'll do it.
She missed. Guard Medicaid, guard defender, squad commander. I think that's a class, is it?
Stop it!
I don't think they will stop it. You can just
Anything else?
wipe those guys out. This one is the exploit weakness. Give him dodge. And then these two boys will just have to slowly walk over. They actually just...
May the divine's
Sure.
will be done.
Oh, I could walk through there. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Not even close. You, in that case, will move down there. Unfortunately, you can't really move all the way. But you can charge to here.
Victory is imminent.
Okay. Unquestionable order.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
They have a few boys around there. Okay.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Shoot in just about this direction, I guess.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
See if we hit anybody. We don't. I could have used the time to reload, I guess. Should have maybe done that.
Fall back now.
You, first of all,
Was that you? Or
you go ahead and buff
I'm
there.
not so sure.
And then this guy is out of range, so you also need to move up. We're just gonna...
Your end is nigh.
we can just always... The ally gains plus 10 button to... Oh right. You buff. Completely forgot.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
Okay, you move to here for now.
Tested tactics are the best ones.
He can then charge this group tomorrow. No damage. Why did he deal no damage? First to shot, uses last plus 4 shots, 1 hits, 3 misses, 0 piercing damage. Zero piercing damage. Because, do I understand it correctly? Damage he just rolled a 0. No, damage modifier is minus 2. Deflection minus 2 equals 1. What is the damage modifier? Base 100% minus 30%. Okay. You can... I think you can just continue shooting. 26%. Can I just shoot at the cover?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
This gives you move points? Yes.
Doubt is for the weak.
In which case you should be able. Oh right, I'm an idiot. I did it the wrong way around. You down here.
I know what is to come.
Preferably I would have you move even further. Right, we are now in range to slap.
Let this be the warning to all who oppose us. Pain of this mortal flesh means nothing.
You move
I've seen
here.
worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Use that to make sure you survive.
It will be done.
And slash somebody. Perfect. So, if I understood correctly, just the health they have is so the health is restored, but injuries need to be treated. You can move over here.
Move through me. Be the fire
Is
in
he
my
still in
heart.
cover? Yes. Can I just shoot more? Maybe it hits. Need to give him more. I need to give him more ballistic skill.
Emperor's will.
Oh, you can't reload in the same turn. You can only use one of these one weapon action if I switch you to this one.
I will not.
You could technically use that now. However, I don't think this one has all that more accuracy. Effective distance 50%, max distance 35%. One creature within a 10 cell radius. Within a 24 cell radius, so you have more effective range. Okay.
Cover me.
Can you yell at him?
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Okay. Honestly, the foresight I should probably always use on Agenta
Let
first.
my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps. Let my fury rain down upon them.
Dead. Okay.
And
So
it
he's
shall
done.
be done.
You cannot hurt me.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
So he's out, and then can you... This is probably more than 24 tiles. But she hit. Okay, so the health is restored. Hit points are not. Injuries are not. But I didn't have any injuries.
The whispers told me a secret.
What is this meteorite junk? Apparently I have to take them. Are those... Okay, it appears that the orange ones are key items that I just have to take with me. Auto pistol. Pistol shot, pistol burst. So, self-projectiles weapon have an increased plus 50% over penetration. Right, no. Mutated flesh sample. Having mutated flesh is not a good look. These are the guards, there are some more goods around. Looks like books. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Wait, info. Tremendous honor. Yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the Charles Personal Guard by the God Emperor. Well, you're a strapping lad, you will probably make it for a cycle of 3. It has worn down better than me. What even is the point of your brain if your brains turn to mush? It has worn down better man than me. What even is the point if your brains turn to mush? I may rip up my eyes like Amos did. At best I just got bonkers like that little shit that kept stealing our oh, wham did that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Come then, keep your phallic set. This squat will not have served the child for long. He even gives a little leeway, unlike that fish. Be quiet, he may hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads until because someone forgot to check catering unit. We haven't let in a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he finds out Keeper Felix didn't make his inspector hang after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid. Try to stay clear of the squabbles among the Highborn. Some of Keeper Felix's orders make little sense, like the last time he commanded we cut off communications with Rick at McCordis for a while. Why would you do that? Looks like you grow tired of the Winterscale's visits. Well, it's always a pretty to Keeper Felix. That's right. If the Highborn have grown tired of each other, let them deal with it. Wait, which one was Keeper Felix? That's the guy outside there. Library full of trees by the most distinguished scholars. Right, and we have a big statue. They even never get a statue look pristine and new. I'm gonna grab flak chestplate. Ooh, a las gun. I'm gonna grab that. Those go to the left. Unfortunate that there isn't a... Okay. I just realized that yes, to carry a melee weapon, I can at most... Alternative weapons, yep. I just realized. Switch to different... press X. I just realized that unfortunately... It appears that these are just all... that I have to click every lootable object separately, which ain't too great. Nice gun, that's fine. I should actually probably give Abelard a ranged weapon. Statue by the famous Calixi's sculptor, Chronica Zekra is Veron of the magnificent 23rd. This goes away a little bit too fast. Data crypt H40. A data crypt. I probably need a tech priest to access that. Or a tool for it. Right. Grab this, give it to Abelard. Just so he has a ranged weapon to use if he's not in range for melee attacks. Okay. I can go through here. I'm gonna go through the top door first. There's also still a little bit of loot around. Pontius... This is Pontius Siphius Galassius, and the training of worthy servants and court of nervous nobility. This seems like law, right? Good Majordomo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful service always makes sure the mistress's rooms and garments are clean. Lesson 2. A faithful service will never offer the mistress the same dress presented early in the cycle. Lesson 3. A faithful servant offers the mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Lesson 4. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to the mistress. Lesson 5. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. Lesson 6. A faithful servant lives for the mistress and gladly gives the life service as well. Lesson 7. A faithful servant, and then it cuts off. And I'm gonna read all of that at all points. Also, it shows me the loot I miss.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
Go ahead.
I better myself through my service.
Navigate a flesh sample.
The
Considering...
crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
The fact that I can't put them... Why was his voice?
Out of the ordinary.
Where do we... That's in the other room. Try to use check use.
I rise above hardships.
Then... There's a trap here. This arm using demolition.
Duty prevails.
Grab the goods. The fact that it's marked in orange, and the fact that I can't send it away, kind of makes me feel like I am not supposed to, which means it's probably a key item. Did you hear the screams? Move. So, you're right, we can't hear anything. He's not fine. Now I see you're holding it with him. This is an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. He's not well. So what are you doing? Get hold of yourself, sir. I know, you all traitors, all of you. Told me, they whispered, hey, who are you? So it seems the people on the boat, on the station,
We shall reclaim
aren't that happy at the moment. Another data crypt. I wonder if those are also lore that I have to encrypt first, or if they give me possible ways to interact with the world otherwise. Research notes. Of Nova's Laboratorium, Custodian Fortunato Ascelio, Part 13. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin regrowth so he could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the nervous nobility. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the relentless currents of the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. Must ready organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and bucket water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I'm lucky still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator could handle its temperature, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound in the formula. All of the data related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt K04OH. I will get back to them later once I'm done with experiment. Age 41 OK. I do think I have one of those 40 KO. No. And 41 OK. I have 41 OK. I haven't mentioned that the junk of meteorite found by key pathetic subjects is completely useless. Although its shining granules could be used to make some new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Make some new paints. That's important. I'm gonna clear this area.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
If we can. That's some more goods. The wearer gains a +5 bonus to persuasion. Which I don't know. I have 40 in that thanks to intelligence. And I think the others have less. Yeah. I'm gonna grab those. I still have the most tech use, I believe. So the other gloves aren't that relevant. Or the other items. Open.
I have proven myself yet again.
3%, I don't know how much they matter.
I shall repent.
Grab some goods to sell. What is this? Carapace chestplate. A light armor. Character wounds will 35% of the average enemy attacks. Reduce the incoming damage by 28%. Long lads. Oh! This one, I believe. Rate of fire 1. This is more of a sniper rifle. Range 18. Right, I'm gonna grab them. And the chest plate. I don't know if anybody actually needs armor currently. But it can't hurt. That's just cargo. Try that.
The duty prevails.
Okay, it's just... what is this? Supercharged plasma accumulator. Can I build plasma guns? That would be fun to know. What armor do you have? Armored body glove. Which is light, average of 55. Oh, you get 80 plus 30. Will dodge 55% of average enemy attacks in this chapter. Average enemy hit by minus 10%. And then this, the 55 minus 15%. So the Carapace chestplate is just straight better. Because it has the same armor. And then all of you, I believe, are wearing... You are wearing mesh chestplate and I am wearing a flak chestplate. This is also medium, 25% armor. Right, that's fine. Gun, you take the long laws, and then you take this one. That's for the time when I'm approaching, and I'm not in melee yet. Few servants around. Done for the castle. Can't take this anymore. Where's the child? Is she safe? For some reason the Academy's twisted influence found its way into the station. Okay, that's not great. It doesn't appear that any of you are talking. So, for the time being, I will continue.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Awaken the cogitator spirit. Cogitator's bit screen is covered in cracks and stained with red blood. The buttons, switches and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked windscreen of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitator's inside amid creaks and groans and the lumens oscillate at random. This is the screen. No, the light scrolls. Light source. It takes a while, but eventually machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator system. Right. Request data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears in the vidscreen. Felix Orselio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orselio, location upper chambers, status alive. Calomiro Orselio, location upper chambers, status deceased. Alexius Orselio, also deceased, and Erasmus Esteban Orselio, also deceased. The child, location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit, status unknown error, attention, calming procedures advised, attention, upper chambers inaccessible, error, a control rod is in the presence, if the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact the station keeper and novice laboratorum custodian. Examine the log. The archive data stored on the cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still managed to access the residual logs for examination. Vox report 12AH890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A2A2. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on lower levels. Chambers A2D armed powered. Tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6 and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Sign for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be traitor, you hear me, anyone. If you're in doubt, shoot to kill. The following works do believe distorted to make even a single word. Examine the recent entries of the incident log. Report X880, originally classified, declassified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have the remains pre-processed. Report X886, originated classified, declassified. Negotiations with the Winterscales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory once. It is imperative to be increased and you retain its resistance to the child's powers. Report X891, originally classified, declassified, data expunged. Okay, docking log. Log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aronto Orzelio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Makes sense. Security and life support logs. The yellow lights above the control panel flickered life, and a single repeating message streams to the screen. Warning. Damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning. Living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning. Unable to access the station stocking system. Warning. Energy regulation system unknown error. Station will transfer over to emergency powers. Immediate evacuation facility is advised. Warning. View the encrypted data. Sometimes something buzzing in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the windscreen. Required levels of access level security captain above. Current access level senior security officer. 65% chance. Sure. Tech use failed. Fuck. Step away. I don't know if I can try that again. Yeah. Return to list of available commands. Kyle Reichert orders for help. The system cannot carry out your command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms. Switch to main chamber controls. Cogs when the sacred mechanism will slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. The tiny machine spirits grant you access to the station control. Or at least it's still obey the cogitators. Open all doors on the level. Cogitator's windscreen goes dark as if the machine spirit had fled the mechanical casket. But your assumption is incorrect as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out a description amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted processing error. Right, binary required. It's probably not gonna happen. Just go with this. Takes a few more to gather data from the station's active systems. According to this report, the door has already been opened. According to the command you're trying to open is depressurized. It takes a few moments to gather data from the passage has been opened. It was number 4. The door has already been opened. That is probably the one that I needed. Yep, okay. And Metaquatum, main elevator controls. Few manipulations will make you realize the elevator to the upper chambers is blocked. Activate the elevator. Processing credit confirmed. Step away. So, we still need to go to the laboratory for the what is this? Whoopsies guns bonus with bonus willpower warp. And some grants is very immunity grants plus bonus willpower law warp. I do have a bit of willpower, so I'm gonna grab that. And then you can have the helmet.
The Divine watches over us.
Heresy has found its way.
Accomplished.
Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across floor. Barely the traces stretch. Okay, this is, I guess... What do we have? Biogel, black water, purified sample from oceanic pearl, OM42KO3. Foul smelling, hissing, look at... Okay. Some goods, that's a psi crystal. Officially, a bit more flesh samples.
Know your duty.
Open the door after I gathered up all the goods. That's the decrypt K04OH. That's the other one that was mentioned in the recording. Cast extension of reagents. See as your nostrils broken glass. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something. Lady Cassie's Medicae. I'm gonna just nab all the goods first. Let's see. Laboratory Journal H445LS. Experimental section. The child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Says level Orcelio T Prime. Experiment H4545. One subgroup low-born male. Test subjects exhibit signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of those secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died with several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal, that was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. The subjects found with shouts exhibited concerns over abominable tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Experiment H45452. Subgroup low-born female. Test subjects died within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chambers. Most had the tongues bitten off of the jaws or the jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of the skull. Cause of death: severe head injuries caused by impacting the walls or the floor. H45453. Subgroup: a paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to shock caused by the manufactorum accident, male. Test subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue. During Regent Ronto Orselli's visit to the child, the test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry something being in tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. Lengthy conversation was prohibited due to the servant's lack of a tongue. H4545, subgroup, the defective offspring of Lord P. Orselio, pronounced unfit for studying the height of navigation owing to the mutation of tissues required for installation of the obligatory augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel, additionally to display an overall feebleness of mind. Female. Says subject noted the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. A little bit of research going on. Research of Nava's Laboratorium, Custody of Fortunata Ocelli, Part 12. This is Part 13, I believe? Yep. More and more servants are being influenced by this materium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. The tech priest blessed the data crypt H41OK for the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device by waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H440KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the technomats to deliver the signal the Megas Dioctius capable hands. So, 41OK holds how many turns? Not sure if this is necessary to deal with this. Transducer, reagent flask, some more goods. Adamantine. Talk with the medic. Just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. I did not intend to. Remake the control rod. Okay, we do have the control rod. What can I do with these stuff? With these things? Transducer. I think I can actually make something with this. Data crypt connector. Right, I can actually do stuff with this later, but I probably need all of the materials first. Mutated flesh sample, flesh sample. Navigate a flesh sample. Right, sure, let's try it. Put the normal flesh sample inside. I don't actually... It's 41, okay. I don't yet have a catalyst, I believe. No, don't have a reagent. So I'm still missing something. What does the meteorite junk do in here?
The Emperor gave me a vision.
I get meteorite dust. Can I toss other stuff in there? Yes, adamantine. And then we get adamantine dust. Okay, and then a psi crystal to give me crystal dust. Can I toss those in there? Yes. What happens now? It blew up.
We shall reclaim what is right.
I guess I fucked up there. Okay, well, whatever. Sounded theoretical anyway.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Jumping over... Moving over a bookshelf. I would expect that to be more of a less of a challenge than naval service. Right, can I now? Control rod is required. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, followed slight touch, one hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more, what paths? Can't say, one is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Blind faith, obviously. Who is who? Who do you see behind the masks? My whispers are giggling nastily. They will not speak. They're naughty little things. They say you're tearing off the masks. What is your concern? Thank you. Everything is clear now. Station has enough problems. Right, can I still ask questions? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports on our station? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. Cooper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is that what the station servants call Lady Cassia, for the common study mounts must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have the vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they still able to speak. This madman we fought were convinced that we were traitors. That's why they are insane. We really hate the rambling of retainers and dirty raise their hand against the science of a noble bloodline. The servants unknown cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most cops I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? Senior officers just as guilty. Half my guards butchered one another because they expected treason. So there you go, but the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttle, shutting off power, and disabling the security. Too many things required special access only available only to keeper of the station. As I'm sure you're aware, there were two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald or Celio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, as the one to blame for the woes of the fallen Uruk 5 in our noble line. I listened to the recording of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient toward them, purposely neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. These insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. Keeper spits out a few last words with particular bitterness. I would not thrust you as far as I could throw you. It really is time to end this. Felix squares his shoulder and addresses his gut. Sorry to find it all in you, but now you're merely delaying the sorrowful end of your story. Prepare to die.
The impure cannot escape their fate.
Right.
Shall survive.
You are going to stand here. I think I'm just gonna generally start over in this corner. Except for you. You can just like stand here. Actually, you stand here. Then you just stay there. Start a battle. And then we can shoot. You move here. You do not oh, you have the auto pistol on. Right, this is a bit more acceptable.
I'll do it.
And then we shoot him again.
Faith without deeds is worthless. This is unacceptable.
And you cannot currently reload. This costs 3. Okay. You, on the other hand,
I won't suffer this.
there is not enough space between those shoes. So if I move here, can't do that. Okay.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
Slash him. That kind of made him angry, apparently.
I can't allow myself to do this.
Tides of time and space. The only guy he hit was his boy. Okay, you... First of all,
There is movement in the
buff
experience.
Argento. And then you're going to yell at him. Analyze enemies or expose weakness. I think that's fine for now. You on the other hand, charge.
One to a target. It will be done. Reduced to dust. Victory is imminent.
So they can use this every turn, it just costs an action point. Okay.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Pain and hardship.
When injured, I'm enraged. Right, first of all, heal yourself.
Injuries will not slow me.
And then you can just, like, shoot a man. Or you can miss, that's also an option.
I will not.
Right, this is a bit dependent.
I am his will made manifest.
And now, we shoot. If you would hit. You have a 30% hit chance.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Why so low, actually? 30%. Oh, you have a buff.
As the Emperor
In that case, just shoot
commands,
this man. Okay, so much for that. Price and guidance, winded. Oh wait. Social son cannot use a run and gun. Oh, that's the negative of run and gun. Okay. Well, you are active immediately after him. So actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the charge will not reach him.
Your corrupt way has failed you. Actions will speak louder than words.
I have no idea if that was the correct choice to kill him instead of the other boy. buff.
Will do.
And then we yell at somebody.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
You actually do have a pistol, huh? Oh, I think. Yeah, you know what? Use the pistol.
Was that you? Or
A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call.
And again.
Else can do this. I took care of this one.
And then I think all the other remainders are over there. Touched it. Oh! Right. So you now move over here, and then you shoot him. Or at least try to. It's worked wonderfully.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens. Let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
Wonderful stuff, wonderful stuff. Oh no, one more. They're just going for her.
on it.
Ignore apparently just all cover and looking at this. Voices still seem loud in the characters, though I think I can just like turn that down. The combat voices sound loud, but voice acting in the dialogue part not really too quiet, too loud. Rather more quiet. Oh, you didn't get an injury because they need to deal 50% of your max health, of your current health to deal an injury. Regardless, he will not deal any damage. Talk to the mistress of the station. Before I do that, I'm just gonna loot some boys. That's a shotgun. Knock enemies back when shot at effective range. Eh. The only ones I want that close are probably the two guys who, in effective range of a shotgun, will use a las gun, a melee weapon. What is this? Additional hit chance. 50. Oh, right. I can switch between the chars here to add show it different ones. To a melee weapon. Castigating 5. Enemies targeted by the Navigator Pros gain a benefit penalty to all the characters until the end of the Navigator's next turn. This penalty takes... Right. This is probably only available for a Navigator. Yep. This is the Armored Body Glove. Don't want that. Tactical Goggles. 5 hit chance, 5% critical hit chance. Those I take. This Deadshot Revolver. Rate of fire 1. Range 6. Max ammo 6. You 8 to 16. You know what? I'm gonna bring it along in exchange for the las gun. Then 2 hit.
Join me in prayer.
That goes, I think, on you. I don't know. The 2 hit chance is probably only for ballistic, so.
In the heart, turn all to decay.
And then nobody else can carry this, so I'm gonna leave this for now. Look at the other lootables. Oh shit, we actually just Retobi pad on lasgun. There are different patterns, huh? Compared to... Right, that's a Gentum currently. Compared to You have less damage, you have less armor penetration. Rate of fire is 4. Range is lower. Is it better than what you have? Not really. Ammo 40, rate of fire 4. The damage is better, but the armor penetration is less. So, honestly, yep, take that. Equip. On, not the Genta, on Abelard here. Put this in cargo. Collect. This also, Ritobi, collect all. And go up. They are fucked. The pale figure, and with a naturally long limb, stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continues to from scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously as you approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. You're enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead. Your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from the station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. I did emit something between a moan and groan. Oh, as if my own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Abelard, is this? Requires iconoclast follower. Swoon to her, stop your sorcery. Is this Lady Cassia, I presume? I'm here to please calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? All the betrayers dead already. You, who are you? Menace little, you profane creature. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Manos. Did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance at such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Thibault Orselio, the heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserve! Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I am warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed, whoever you are. Present, I'm trying to determine what is happening on the Yurok 5. I mean, right, I think those are basically the same. Skill value plus 40. Persuasion plus 45. Wait. Present, I'm trying to determine what is happening on Yurok 5. I'll grant you do not look like priests, pirates who have come coveting the riches or reputation, or like scoundrels of public service. So who are you? Liam von Valancius, a rogue trader. Abelard, introduce you. Rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. Oh, interesting. Your cat always makes an appearance at desperate times, or a cut deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orcelio now asks service of you. Save the life of a child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? You look frightening. What service does? You look frightening. What is this curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Chorus, you do not understand the sacred gift given to a child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. If the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orcelio. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft. It's frightening. Fish eyes look at you with unwavering dignity. You were not supposed to see me, or Phallic, or the sacred child. Navigators are highly paid for the loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the ends of humanity, the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself. I not want to know what happened between you and Phallic. Phallic is my wayward student. He came to Uruk 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and trusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me. But he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties for the legacy of the greatest of our novators, Tisiphone Orcelio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come out of age and taken up the novator's throne. How can you lose control of this on station? No, Phallic accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. The child's life were not at stake. Very little. I have no choice. I'll prove of innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis nobility. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you, I guarded this station against calamity incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols, I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not trust my errors in my face. Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age, and twice as wise. Take my advice, trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those close to you will betray you for gold, power, a far-fetched idea, a bright future. Right, what service do you ask of me? Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station, if you do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. He glimpses strange burns covering his flesh and his clothing. Slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aronto, acting head of the House Orcelio in the coroner's expense. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some realizations about this girl. Such a fragile thing, with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You're talking as though you expect to die here. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Phallic inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There's a Medicaid deck on my ship. No, I'm the keeper of Uruk 5 and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. Appreciate it. The last thing I need is a monster on my ship. Cassie should remain here. She's a navigator. Good, that is good. But do allow us to say our proper farewells.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Coronis Expanse. this journey.
No! Not you two! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! You're coming with me! Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Yurak 5, and alas, I have less than a day in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
This time her power does not make everyone weep along with her. Right, say nothing.
What are you going to do to me?
I'm Liam van Valencia's rogue trader of the Imperium. May I offer you my protection, grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to get any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it's difficult to imagine more worthy companion than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the great region and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
Right, all who can be saved will be given succor aboard my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Right. It was surrounded by several different hands, timid and certain line, and later with rough and furry suits. Something still filled the throat with dried fruit and fresh water. We have a bunch of people around. I'm gonna grab those goods. Maybe we can sell them. What do we have? A sullen reliquary. Just stuff to sell. I'm gonna leave the station. Yep. And to the ship bridge. Right, so navigators acquired, now we need a tech priest. Initiative. The Germans are quickly... Can I see the initiative somewhere? Right. So navigator, I'm probably gonna have to read what she does. What her abilities are. Especially the navigator abilities. I do like the outfits. And the rotating throne. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Novus has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously, breaths come short and chubby, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice the victors is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves it away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. Right, what did you wish to speak about? After a few seconds hesitation, Cassie lets out a small exhale and then raises a pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position. For that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you have my servants, especially my valet, who've served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Imperium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Novus and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. What the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of her hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Roselio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind and all errant thoughts, and then it's time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassian unfurls her hands as though dropping something, but you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Ostelia never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? You will give us blood before the ritual, as always. Right, all necessary supplies are delivered to Sanctum Novus. Shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. As you do not follow me, for you can survive the gates of my warp by when the door is opened. Drawing with blood. Wonderful stuff. I love the throne, it's so stupid. Not Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor Lights help us all. A vox cast in the Sanctum Novus picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Roof. Exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush, and go, footsteps hurrying away. I see. Violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. Storm rising above foaming waters, Amanas drowning in fog. Path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened, the great ruler is gone. The Vox Master recoils at Cassie's word and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. A panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Vox caster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and boasts, "My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard of the warps breaking through a navigator before. Connection is restored now, it will not happen again." Vox must see to it that you receive 5 lashes for the show of clumsiness. What has happened to Cassie? Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants at the Sanctum Novus are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats are raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims the fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Novus after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rock Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush, only draws me onwards. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Something other is not a good thing on a ship. No, Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There's several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station, Eric 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rakit system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Neva's nobility brought us precious time. We can either send our forces to some assembly station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as can. Gather any components that may be of use on the ship. I think upgrading is probably more useful. As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for the Engineer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich von Kallax, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not on Yurak 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Captain. If you invest in this week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbance in the lower deck. Senior Technomet from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for lubricant used in kitchen server to implement maintenance. The quartermaster of Stoke Compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand reception instead of 10, even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. Thank you, this will be often. Okay. Get me to the bridge. For I want to level up. Before I go anywhere else. Right. Level up is a warrior. Choose an ability. The warrior gains a slash ability with agile bonus divided by 2 charges for this round. Slash cannot be used in the same round as charge. This does not have AP. Can be applied only once for one target per round. Okay. I don't have a lot of agility. Agility bonus divided by 2, which would be exactly once. So I'm not gonna use that. The warrior schemes at the enemies to draw the attention becomes a priority target of any enemy who fails a willpower resistance test. Gathers all their strength. Choose an ability. Oh, those are not... Those are not these perks. Those are not talents. Right, I have Endure just because it's a keystone. Sworn Enemy. The warrior marks a target gaining 10 plus 2 times toughness bonus armor and 2 plus 2 strength bonus damage on melee attacks against the target. Target attacks the warrior during this round, the warrior gains plus 1 AP once per round. Okay. Gains additional armor penetration and damage. 2 times strength bonus, so that would be 8. And 5 plus 4, so 9% armor penetration. And ignores 3 weapon skill bonus of the target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. So this is a finisher. The next melee attack by an enemy away, equal to 1 plus strength bonus to divided by 2. Taunting Scream. I'm gonna take this. That has a cooldown of 1, cost 1 AP, cost 1 AP. Everything has a... All invisibility effect within touching distance. I'm gonna use that. And then a skill. What do I take? Low Imperium is at 55, Decay is at 40. Demolition I'll leave to Argenta. Seeing as I am the dogmatic route, I definitely want to do the dogmatic route, and as a member of the ecclesiarchy of the Adeptus Ministorum, I definitely want the sister with me. At most terms. Carouse. Coercion. Right, coercion, persuasion. Is it 40? And commerce, because I have that persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of a leadership. Right. Take. Wait, I cannot take law warp. Law imperium. There. Okay, so I can take that again if I want to. I'm gonna take carouse. Drink with people. Then you are an officer. What are your abilities? Force and ability fully push themselves, increasing their characteristics by 5 plus 2 times the officer's fellowship bonus, which you have 4 for 1 round. Additionally, all of the officer's abilities can be applied to target a voice of command from any distance. A character who becomes a target of voice of command can be targeted for this ability again for the next 2 rounds. Then, persuasion. You have that on 50. Awareness at 60. Law warp at 35. Officer immediately grants an ally an extra turn with action points equal to 2 and no move points. If the ally is under the effect of voice command and kills an enemy before the end of the effort's next turn, the ally gains a one-time additional momentum. Right. Officer grants an ally extra turn with full AP and move points. During the extra turn there's no attack limit. Then inspire courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time, ally gains temporary wounds. Ability. Yes. Okay, checking something. You have a Staff of House Rosalio and an auto pistol. You do have warp abilities, a lot of them, because you, Origin Talents, Little Stare. All creatures in the current front of the Navigator suffer from 11 to 14 damage. The affected targets must also pass a plus 30 whip bonus willpower resistance test to become stunned. Plus 30 bonus willpower resistance test. So that would mean that my boy has 30 plus 40. Finest hour, finest hour. Alright, finest hour is the extra ability. Right. Do all my boys have separate reputations? Okay, whatever. Check. I'm gonna give you, I guess, willpower. Does your stuff scale off of willpower? These abilities. Plus 2 perception. User navigator has beliefs come with okay. Enemies damaged by navigator's perception bonus. Additional damage from warp damage. Bonus damage stacks for each hit. Every even, second, fourth, etc. Navigator's additional action point. Every odd turn. Navigator plus. Yes. So you stack. You scale with perception. In which case I'll take. Do I take fellowship? That would be for persuasion, coercion, and commerce, but I don't really need that. Take the willpower, I guess. Right. Then, flame weapon expert, bolt weapon expert, chain weapon expert, combat master. That's plus 2 movement points. I guess you probably are going to be ranged. Considering. Right, just down here is the base skill stuff. And then down here you have your own abilities. I have Oblivion. Everyone has its dodge and hit chance reduced by 2 times the navigator's perception. Just in the line of sight. That's kind of neat. Mind of Man makes all resistance tests with the willpower if it is higher than the base characteristic for such a test. If it is higher than the toughness, navigator's wounds are calculated according to the willpower. Yo. The wounds are calculated 24 characteristic bonus toughness. As special, a character can also increase their wounds by spending experience points and improving their characters such as turn is getting. Okay. What is open to the warp? If we suffer stagnant, minus 10 penalty to the next resistance test from Navigator. The penalty is lost after such a test is made. Navigator perception and agility. Okay, so you really just want perception and willpower. Use the Navigator's ability. Veil degradation is reduced by 1, minus 1. Navigator heal 5 wounds at the beginning of your return against +1 additional for every Navigator talent taken. Healing increases by +1 for every creature killed in between the Navigator's turn. What? Enemies moved by the Navigator's abilities suffer 5 damage at the end of movement. This damage is increased by +2 for every cell they move. Enemy falls resistance against the Navigator power attacks against them. Again, hit critical hit chance. Suffer an additional +5 damage from all attacks of opportunity. Under effect of any Navigator power, enemies have the armor reduced by -2, Navigator's power bonus. Reductions increased by the devastating parameter of the Navigator's staff, but does not stack. The armor reduced, okay. As a target by Navigator's ability, gain +5 to all resistance tests against warp effects caused by demons, specific power, Navigator powers, etc. at the end of combat. Navigator +5 to Fellowship, and an additional +1 Fellowship for every Navigator talent and or Navigator power taken. Okay. As a target by the Navigator's power, gain +10% armor. This additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation to a minimum of +1%. Increased by the infusing of the currently equipped Navigator staff. You do not have infusing, you have castigating. Starts alternate, including extra turn with 3 additional move points. The first other target each turn, but Navigator with a single target but gains the same amount of additional move points at the start of the next turn. Interesting. I think the one here, dodge and hit chance reduced. Then get the extra turn, gets second +5 power to willpower. Navigator power steal +1 for every 5 bonus characters of the Navigator's currently equipped staff. Casting and infusing and divesting as characteristics for this talent. Okay, castigating reduces the characteristics. Devastating. First use of a damaging Navigator power does not suck cooldown of this power. The second use of damaged Navigator will deal additional damage equal to the devastating parameter to all targets and the same amount of direct damage to the Navigator. Right. I'm gonna go ahead with not this one. The course untraveled ebb and flow to the city mastery of time. There was one here. Change the agility for the perception. And then here I'm just gonna give you more perception. Because those two are apparently the ones you need. Now, Abelard. You gain that ability. And for you, I think I'm gonna take the Slash. Even though you also do not have a lot of agility, so I'm gonna be honest, he's probably not coming with me on Mook. As soon as I have enough, he's probably not coming on the rounds with me. Expedition attacks against a 5 strength bonus to armor penetration and 2 strength bonus damage and ignores part of the enemies. Right, you know what? You get the taunt. Actually, no. Take the slash. And then I said I give you the athletics. You take the athletics. That should make sure that we have... That should make sure that we absolutely crush every athletics check. Kind of excellence. Text enter is a full wound that attack is plus 10% plus perception bonus, more damage to the enemy. Warp features. An additional armor penetration. That would be neat. Sackers always gain critical hit chance. These mental damage from other than aftershock target suffer also mental damage at the end of its next turn. Divination psychic power without an unnatural luck effect against unnatural luck, which lowers the... Right, side rating mental... Can I actually increase my side rating? No. What does it need? Character level 10, 20, 30, 40. All enemies gain a stacking. This requires me to use a lot of warp powers, which increases the perils. Targets are saying stacking. Sure. This also not the worst. So that's 6 as farther from the psychic targets. How much range does this have? Doesn't tell me. Force weapon attacks deal more damage. Force reality. Increases veil degradation by 3. Have a range of 2. Have the range increased by plus 5. First second card usually increases veil by 2 points less. Second use damage by being threatened by enemies in B. Right, obscure threat. Oh, this is like... Right, I'm gonna take the Psychic Barrage for additional damage. Or I'm gonna give you more range, actually. And then... I think Perception? Or rather, I'm gonna give you Willpower. So that was just easy, a ballistic skill. Is it yeah. Basic chance of range attacks with weapons effective range is 30 plus ballistic skill. So with plus 5 we'd be at 85. And then dash. Immediate dashes in the soul spending all the movement points. Does not provide attacks opportunity. Just dash through allies and enemies but not through obstacles. Soldier gets assigned that they are about to open fire. Soldier and the allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Soldier immediately spends all the IP and MP and gains a plus 30 bonus to cover efficiency. Next time the soldier uses running gun, they gain back all spent AP and MP plus 1 additional AP. Also resets the cooldown. Next range area attack map by soldier deals bonus damage has an additional dodge reduction. Soldier next best attack will have on fight doubled but deal 25% less damage. All the shots will follow. Right, I'm gonna take the controlled shot. Because I do have some boys in melee. And it's probably smart not having them around. Lord Captain's quarters. So I can access this now. I don't think they were available before. Right. Hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House Van Valenci's in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports and other documents. Majestic project by greets guests who have been grandparents into Lord Chamber's quarters. Oh, is there a registered board? Was interrupted. The winner was never determined. Plenty of displayed weapons. Can I have those? The fine sculpture made from strange metal seems absorbed. Just use of the faithful to his word and name. Text when some heading looks nothing. Weird rock. Light smooth, though with dark spots and crumbling holes. We have a bedroom with massive fucking windows. Holy shit. Distant stars glimmer. We do have an unfinished letter. Let's see. His jargon is irrelevant. Whiteville's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He's failed at what he was supposed to be approachable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Couldn't reserve me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he's no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the Von Valanci's line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let this inheritance serve as humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. Some goods in here. A cracked data slate. Final transactions with the charters are complete. Fighting is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the full bay to ensure maximum contact with the target. By sent and received by the bridge. The fire recognized script by servitor Hive. Chances of servitor, I guess Hive, of the ship returning a minimal. Gonna grab that. It's a nice bed, but honestly the windows are just what the fuck. Long the rise of the seas most forever capture fear and pain of its final moments. Nah, it's a bathroom. Water's calming moments into warm stream feel inexplicably receptive. A moment of weakness and rest promise nothing but danger. We have an organ. All organ seems to have been sitting for many years. I can understand that. Books are packed with ancient books, puzzle paper, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. Some uneasiness makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. Lord Captain's personal cogitator. This has the... There's nothing in here. This has the Alcott symbol. Ah. Right. Paid Kickstarters, I guess. What do we have here? Face of the Southern. Gains addition +1 resolve whenever they kill an enemy. Valencia's cloak. While the various are full health, they get +5 to all characteristics. Holy shit. I don't know if those are DLC or not, but I'm gonna grab them. Accessories. Take. That is a really massive upgrade. Face of the Sovereign. Okay, she does not wear helmets. He does. And he looks sick with this. Also, let me see something. Cassia here. Not Argenta, Cassia. Is currently also dogmatic. Wait. Votary Path of Redemption. Absolute. So this gives grim determination. The Rook Trader and the allies gain a +10% chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. Then Absolution. First round of the combat, all critical hits scored by the Rook Trader's party inflict burning. In addition, no fire damage suffered by enemies increased fire damage. I'm gonna have to look into that. And momentum expansion by the Rook Trader and the allies, including heroic acts, is reduced by -20%. Interesting. Once by will, the Rook Trader may choose an ally, including themselves for 1 round. All the target's weapon attacks ignore enemies' armor. That's probably really good for either Argenta or himself whenever they use their heroic ability. Start of the next turn, the Rook Trader becomes immune to any attacks from Daemons and Xenos, and all Daemons and Xenos in a 5-cell radius consider them a priority target. Okay, taunt all demons and become immune. Which is basically exactly what this guy is supposed to do at the end. Just ignore demons. Right. Have the rock spirits brought you anything interesting lately? They have no information that would be of interest to you at the moment, right? Can I actually just sit in the throne? No. Okay. In which case...
Lord Captain. A noble aspiration,
Okay.
Lord Captain.
We cannot...
As you wish. Lord Captain.
We cannot ask about news crew member. You can probably ask him. Have you ever heard the name of Fiery Reckoning? From what I can tell, it is a void ship of some sort. Generous thinks for a moment, pursing his lips and I'm afraid it is not immediately familiar to me, your lordship. Please allow me a moment. He starts rapidly tapping on the screen of his data slate. I say, House Nolances did indeed sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transactions, records of the shipping of cargo from Kiev Gamma. Well, this is odd. The dirty log ends here. Apparently the ship had some interactions with one of the workshops in our industrial world. Beg your pardon, your lordship, but that is the extent of my assistance I can provide to you in regard to this particular matter. I would like to replace the painting of the late Theodora in my chamber, saying my portrait. Absolutely. It will be done, your lordship. Let me see. Can I leave the bridge? Does not appear that way. Can I leave the bridge through? Right, there's nothing there. Let's just go to the chamber. Then cargo manager, budget management, journal, character. Ah, they're standing over here. While he flinches at the approach, a silent greeting escapes his lips.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
I guess the officers would disagree.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra, and uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
Right, navigators identify so strongly with their house. Must be difficult not to be able to lean on your elders, but you have my word that they will look after you.
You will? That would be most appreciated, Lord Captain.
So, you've never lived anywhere other than Yurk 5.
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends? Somebody could turn for a simple conversational discussion of yet another lecture. I don't think navigators have friends.
The Regent gave me a bird from a
befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honor tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Right. I may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside House Arcelio. It's about time we made the works right. I will have the Lord stripped of her courts. Rule cannot maim people just because it is empowered to do so. On the contrary, right. Find it difficult. It's not that widespread.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urac 5.
Your third eye. Do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Captain the Navigators are mutants. Are we highborn mutants? Right, I think I'm going with the just do not look repulsive. She looks a bit weird.
Perhaps my appearance does not terrify you right now, but this will not always be so. The Navigator gene is unstable. My body is going to change over time. And only the God Emperor knows exactly how.
What does it feel like kind of vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
Right. I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You say you see so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Right, talk about something else.
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
About the House Orcelio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Is the Orcelio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
I take it the House of Sully has a rich history.
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Made 208 years ago. Fuck, Germany didn't exist at that point. Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
You lived in seclusion in a closed station and fully committed to sabotage, so then you must be the Novator's successor.
So, says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
Right, with your permission, talk about something else. What is your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
Right.
I have enjoyed your company.
So, for now, we need a tech priest. I do, in fact, enjoy how accurate the... Oh, this is the ship's shields, right? Speed, 11 maneuverability, damage reduction, damage bonus, hull integrity, 120. So now I could maybe upgrade. Plasma drive speed, 11 speed with strong acceleration. I do not want to take off any of that. 80 points of protection for each sector. Mass pattern macro battery. Short range broadside macro cannons which fire 4 shots, dealing 14 damage per shot, right? Dorsal Mesoa macro cannons. Fire 2 shots, but also short range. Mesoa lance. Long range lance weapon, dealing from 45 to 55 damage to chosen enemy with an arrow firing arc. Mass pattern torpedo tubes, capable of firing 4 plasma torpedoes with 19 damage warheads. I assume that these I'll probably have to... I guess that they... Oh, I do have... I have 420 scrap, so I could upgrade hull. And I could upgrade the RAM. Current upgrade level. Upgrade the hull because that is important anyway. Then, next, let me check my journal. Right, I have the guide, the machine spirit keeper. This is done. Show completed quests off. Yeah, that's better. Or maybe found somewhere in the system. Doesn't really tell me something anymore. Ooh, it can be remedied on Rika Minoris. Oh, visit Rikari Fili at the prison planetoid. I have got the interrogators. Corruption, land on Rika Minoris. No, right. I think I'm gonna start with Rika Minoris. A scan is required. And then let me check that boy chip out first. Look, Captain, there's some commotion on the officer deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps she should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. In the wardroom, the upper decks. Ah, there. Value degradation scales from 0 to 20 doesn't transfer between battles. The same value for all cycles in battle.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
Did not give you permission to leave them. That alone is not enough to hold everyone's attention all the time.
I did not... Please forgive me this regrettable lapse, Lord Captain. There are times when books sweep me up, and I lose myself in their pages and forget about the world's existence. Was there something you required of me?
Right, your only attendant is your valet from Europe 5. Do myself not measure up to your standards. The events that... Are you well? Did you have... Oh, did you have had ample time to calm yourself? Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. But it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Your only attendant is your valet from Europe 5. To myself does not measure up to your standards.
No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassie cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, and then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of Navigator's Off becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising that Cassie prefers company of one who is used to how she looks. Hope that you have had ample times to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
I see you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying, You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, they be they good or bad. It's not natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station. Of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
And she places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... My delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I understand what you're going through. My life was turned upside down not too long ago. Is that a phrase they would use in that time?
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
I do not tolerate idlers on the ship. Perhaps my people did not wish to disturb you.
Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the Communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
This place is indeed just straight empty. I wonder at one point I can just move through the different areas. Have like a little map of the void ship. Right, with that, I think I'm going to go for the other void ship. Look at that for a little bit. Record. Towards the unidentified void ship. Hello, Captain. Sorry to disturb you. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Verisarian's voice. In case, I wanted to warn you in advance. So, we do just have random events popping up. I'm also thinking of turning down the graphics a little bit, and mostly the resolution, because I don't know how well the 4K translates. And I don't really need 4K. But I do notice that on my second monitor there are statists. Yo, it looks like a guardsman. Rotating throne. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice, the loudest of all. This is not a conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Irrelevant, the young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of his furious anger. She falters but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be locked in a personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant of Relevant, requesting permission to speak. Vent fell silent and Ezra on a matter of extreme importance, urgency. Assign the Lieutenant appropriate punishment. Lieutenant, you have 1 minute to state your business. Want to hear report, not shouting much. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I thought the drastic can't call for drastic measured venting seems hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I'm convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that this crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. And is almost trembling with tension as he delivers his speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard in no hurry to intervene. Let's out a skeptical Hoff. Look, Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Versarian, and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words, though she knows them by heart. She's clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she's finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. As in this direction in the making aboard my ship, no one has informed me. I would not deem a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30 some years ago, we even had a revolutionary rise up who dared to establish workers' rules across the entire ship. It took months to restore order, but even 8 years later we still peddling rumors that the hero had survived this execution and was on the verge of gathering people fight against tyranny once more. I will not discuss. Needless to say, the rumors are baseless. So the current situation, we have sufficient forces to deal with it. But a ship the will of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem we will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps he will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given me the means to resolve this problem. You seem ready to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending his squad to crush the run is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving. How did it all start? I would not deem it probably worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. This is just the same. Wait, did I click the wrong button? No, I did. The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'd give you the condensed version. Knowing Envenian forces found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between the first and the workers to a head. Where does Sinister Verzerian come into all this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on the ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora van Valencias will find refuge on her ship. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Versarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, and Depot 4 to be precise. 3 work clans are involved, but many more passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concern, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit to crush the strike with maximum force. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have secured its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now more besides giving sacred cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst it means drunken fights and illegal grotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. Another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located in one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all neighboring sectors. What do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, get exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. You wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself? I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower deck. Stop the assault unit and speak directly to people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop uprising before it begins. Right. Heard enough, I will go down to the lower decks personally and deal with the problem personally. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the sound of his decisions by myself. Matter is not worth Roke's time. Leave the bridge and deliver this. Right, I'm gonna go with the 4. An enterprise bordering the sophomoric, but please yourself. Hello, Captain. Have I categorically insisted I escort you? So there are steps where a specific character is required. When in doubt, save. It's a good tip. I should do that. Now and then. Alright, let's see. Hey, it's Verzerian. It's gone through a rock. Nope, through acid. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in startling human gesture, telling one, a rare moment where he allows his agent witness to show through his armor like veneer are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that he cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Yeah, shouting your name. The people just dared to disrespect a senior officer. They would not have the chance to express this disrespect if we were to not here and the decision had been dealt with by the relevant officers. It's a junior officer's worst failing to pass problems up the chain of command. I've never been able to buy it, but I shall say again, it was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Vince Vim, Lord Captain. I must admit that the lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer. By the name of Ted, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage lodex and hunt down cultists. Maybe another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act with her oversight. They were shouting your name. Of course they were. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems for which I have endeavored to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation at Lodex has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them you are akin to the creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a base heating. Right, let's keep moving.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Wow, nobles from the upper decks down here to see us. Lower deck rabble. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberated through the ship's base. Lieutenant Virulent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of a heavily built assault unit officer, and judging by the expressions of tone, stand-up has dragged on for some time already and has now reached a boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to the unrest and purge this sector. You can take your orders, shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in here without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So, not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Avalot mutters in crabby approval. He doesn't clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent or the officer looming over her, or both. Your lordship. Noticing you, the 2 junior officers snap to attention and salute. Someone else following suit momentarily. What's the situation? Your lordship, my people have locked down the bay where their strikers are, including the leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Caught us some locals on our way here. Thought it was outrageous, even tried to throw things at us. The people are getting desperate, clearly. They saw the assault unit, they said there's nothing left to loot. I mean, I apologize, Lord Captain, it's outrageous. I'm sure the people simply didn't recognize you. It wouldn't have occurred otherwise. We would deal with them once the current situation is resolved. So I have to say, I assure you're worthy of an officer's rank, Lieutenant Vent. Forgive me, Lord Captain. I will accept ensure such thing does not happen again. Right. Speak with the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he reins himself and says nothing. Right, you are, like, Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take under simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the very assailable to the strange to the utterly grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd. You detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in direction. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd. An elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you've come down to us. Yeah, we were attacked on the way. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to the limit and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know these top deck units are being sent down here. Like the one there that the lieutenant will pass. Our clans are all inside a bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there's some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers of the circle are the ones who've risen up. A death squad just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness. The word seems sincere to you. The body language and the glance straight between you, the news of the attack has shocked them. What is troubling you? Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, Lordship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet. Here's the deal, Lordship. Your damned forces are all over this down here. They say they're looking for cultists. When we're grounded, they're reaching for the batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to hold base for a week at a time, so you get sick and freeze. And my clan 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of these enforcers. A woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vand is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and grew up amidships and has no fellow feelings towards us. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, servants. We've planted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace, without being harassed. Persecutors are not proposed of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of cultist amulet and that there are heretics hiding here. Cultist amulet? What's that? The you guy found on the dead drunkard? If it was something a little forbidden, we shouldn't know. Forces just said they were looking for heretics among us and they wanted to obstruct an investigation would be punished. How could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. That's not how heretics work. Absolutely not. If there were, be the first to report them. So this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. The occultists still reeling our secrets, sure, but then the fight broke out. Some enterprising folks loot the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tried. These decks of boots so far, I can tell you that. Seems to me these scholars have better commanders than us. Yeah, those boots really were fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, I must have bugged by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here, we all worship the Emperor. We bow down before the machine, spirits of the large and small transformers, and the servo motor, same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by tech priests who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the arch-enemy's creations? When you thought that any infamous object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. Last time we saw a confessor in our sector. It was just after he had met a third little one. That's regrettable. But you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl off those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Right, Abelard, do you have anything you want to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in this sector. Specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Nevertheless, I'm certain that the actions are justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive actions. What changes do you want? What do you like at this? The exalted captain himself is asking you, which that's what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat and stop battering everything that moves. No, it's not. And the force is gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, we'll govern ourselves. Defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. Absolutely fucking not. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-willing thugs can improve things around here. Gone too far, old man. They never let the megas of the lower decks live without forces breathing down their necks. They probably even insisted for us on the Apex too. As for the weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day is out, we have some shooting the neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, it'll be enough. Then we find out scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies. We talk to them, on one lower deck to another. If there are any more of those damn dummies about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and you can. I'll speak for me and mine. I want empty gestures. I want real change. That promises the world now, as soon as the United World turns suspect, these brews will be on us even harder than before, because we dare to speak out. The 12 workers eyes the opportunity to arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth, planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Spraying anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands, we will consider the rest. 12 worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the woman. Oh man, listen. Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to a rogue trader. Let him talk to them. Back down, now's no time for you to be stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. Made our minds and decide, it's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcer, give us weapons. We don't need any of that. This isn't dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that? So brave you against an old woman, but a sharp. I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with enforcers, make your peace. Great, just fantastic. We're all agreed. Thoughts, Avalanche? Story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretic amulet does convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling, possibly becoming minions of the Arch-Enemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. That is correct. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far-graver problem. I've seen it before. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment who was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal-choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, my content strikers, or whatever they turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. Right. I'm gonna go with the second option. It's decided. Persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets. I'm gonna give them a benefit of the doubt. Lordship, thank you. If not, abandon us lower deckers. You gave yourself and sell everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your Lordship. We root out any nasty business faster than enforcers, and we leave no stone unturned. Just lower deck rabble. What a name. Can I turn this valve? Stopping unexpectedly, a blood imperiously dismisses the units to stand at distance, and there is the other campaign thing. I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rebel. You believed the lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rebel will come them with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencia's protectorate? Let's talk about your role in all this instead. You allowed this revolve to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember Lord Captain Theodora? Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wounded up dead. There's a new Lord Captain aboard the ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Abbott looks at you stunned and agrees loudly. Then he quotes curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds a sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds, they create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. And suddenly everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of these senior officers betrayed us all, the rogue trader who's killed and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you. Defend your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must unseat you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Right, let's see. Theodora trusted in the established procedures and she died. I won't make the same mistake. If you want to keep building the future of Von Lencius Protectorate with me, stop living in the past. So you need to learn how to respect me as a Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Except and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is just important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run on the ship. I think if we follow your recommendations, I value what Theodora created and trust that the situation is an aberration on the ship's otherwise smooth operations. Since established procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. I have seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment or your tried and tested procedures. I'm gonna go with the first one. Oh. I'm gonna go with the first. No, I'm gonna go with the second one. Start living in the new world. Yes, Lord Captain. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment, should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. Now, please let us leave the low decks. The rook trader desires to search his legs, they're far more suitable places. It's equipped with a unique term that provides the ship captain with direct access to the ship's data crypts. Can I use that somehow? Moving points, 6 action points. That gave me a level up. Neat. The levels flow quickly in this game. I would like some... I think, because of the characteristic bonus, having everything on... Why is there a minus? Having everything basically on a multiple of 10 would be useful. But for now, I'm gonna grab myself a point of, I think, toughness. Actually, take weapon skill, so I have that on a 50. Or what else can I get? Agility. Agility does increase movement, does it? Character's initiative. Can I see my initiative? This is deflection, resolve, parry, dodge reduction, dodge, armor. I do not appear to be able to see my initiative. think I'm going with willpower. Because that is necessary, right? I want the flame weapon proficiency. Use the flamer weapons such as flamer, heavy flamer, and hand flamer. Heavy weapon proficiency requires strength 45, right? So instead, we take the strength. So I can take the heavy weapon, the heavy armor proficiency. And then next, I take the flamer proficiency. Right. Choose an ability. You can take... So you do have just the option for additional warp powers. For encourage an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stun effects. If the target is under the effect of voice of command, they also gain temporary wounds. Increase as resolved by 2 plus resolve divided by 2 until the end of turn combat. If the target is under the effect of voice command, they will start the next turn with 1 additional action point. May grants an ally additional movement points equal to a fellowship bonus. Oh, that's why you need fellowship for your officer abilities. Can only target allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Until the start of the officer's next turn, all melee attacks made by the target deal additional damage equal to officer's fellowship bonus divided by 2 multiplied by the number of enemies adjacent to the target when his ability is used. Target is under effect of voice command. They immediately make an attack of opportunity against an adjacent enemy target and one with the lowest remaining wounds. That's neat. Target next will ignore cover and will have double the effective distance. Target is under the effect of voice command. This attack will ignore enemies' dodge. Additionally, the damage from this attack can't be reduced below 30 plus 3 times the fellowship bonus for any. Right. Navigators, the willpower bonus increased hit chance on the next attack, dodge on the next dodge, and resistance on the next resistance. Each of these bonuses will be independent from each other after being successfully applied. That's neat. Feed glimpse of fate or reveal the light. They all evade by willpower bonus points. All will ask him willpower bonus deflection against all warp damage and damage from psychic powers until the end of the navigator's next turn. Target against navigator to the bonus to willpower toughness until the end of combat. Okay. Willpower bonus, so that would be a plus 10. That is neat because it directly buffs the Warham for myself and Argenta. Can only targets that have at least one melee weapon in one of their weapon sets. The target immediately gains an additional turn during which they gain the ability to use charge and only this ability. Last target, this is just a normal charge. Reveal the light of glimpse of fate. And you also glimpse of fate or reveal the light. Right, vigil beyond time. First use on any target marks it with the under the navigator's watch effect. Enemy targets must pass a willpower distance test to avoid this. Second use a chance to target to the position where it was during the first use and restores its wound to the state where at during the time. What? If this is a computer unreachable from the current position, they move to the next closest. So this is basically a time remove. Right, vigil beyond time makes sense. Deals from 1 plus 2 times willpower bonus to 6 plus 4 times willpower bonus damage to an enemy. That enemy must pass a willpower resistance test or become immobilized at the start of the navigator's next turn. Immobilized targets do not regain movement points at the beginning of their turn and cannot use abilities to move them or add movement points. Emulate the soul. Deals damage to all targets in line and afflicts the soul burn effect, which is basically a bleed effect. When burning, psychics suffer additional damage over time every time they use psychic powers and demons, every time they attack or use psychic powers. So this is good against psychics and demons. Scourge of Red Tide. Effect within the area effect within a 16-cell radius. Creates a 3x3 zone. Every creature is in it and enters it or begins the turn, and the area suffers from 1 plus navigate damage. So damage for 3 rounds until the navigator casts it again. Right. With our 4-cell radius, circles suffer a penalty to willpower and toughness until the end of combat. And becomes cursed until the end of combat. All incoming warp damage is increased. And other types of damage are increased by basically half of that. Yeah, half of that. Notch of purpose. Navigate a designated square. The enemy closest to the square immediately moves up to 4 cells toward it. If multiple enemies are in the same directions from that point, all of them move. Targets move even if they're stunned or immobilized. Does this trigger attacks of opportunity? On a 6-cell radius around the target must pass a willpower resistance test to immediately move 3 cells toward the point. The targets move even if they are stunned or immobilized. Navigator creates a circle with a 3-cell radius. Any creature is inside it, enters it, or ends a turn inside, not an effect of apathy, makes a willpower resistance. Failure applies the apathy effect to the creature. Is immobilized. After 1 round passes under the effect of apathy, the target must make a willpower success, removes apathy, failure stuns the creature for 1 round. Removes apathy and makes the creature immune to further effect from spot of apathy. Okay. Zone of Fear. Immediately move out of the zone, even if they are stunned or immobilized. This movement triggers attacks of opportunity from the navigators unless they have passed the test or that are outside the zone. Right. Touch of Anger. All enemies in a 1-cell radius around the target point must pass over power resistance. Those who fail, even if they're stunned, must immediately gain an extra turn where they attack their allies. They get a second plus 20 bonus willpower resistance test against it. So this is kind of neat if the enemies are close together, but I think that's probably not gonna happen a lot. I'm gonna take this. Increased hit chance on the next attack, dodge, and the next dodge. Yep. Gonna take that. And then I think you probably want some more dodge as well. Since, yeah, strength 35, I'd have to use 4 strength parts to give you power armor. Or heavy armor. Ballistic skill is locked. Can I not increase it? You already have this feature. Oh! Can you take such a feature only once? That was characteristics. Can you take those only once? While going around? No, I took ballistics twice. So that's not it. Oh well, in that case, agility. So you definitely do not want heavy armor anyway. Melter, Bolter, and the Flamer. What does the Melter count as? Melter, okay. Swift movement, stealing mastery. Is there anything that just straight up buffs your heavy weapon? Character required plus 25, minus 25, character 5. Heavy weapons deal additional damage. Fighting heavy weapons. Having somebody with heavy weapons would also be kind of funny. Okay, she already is proficient in bolter and a flamer. I have the bolt weapon, so well, melter weapon expert requires the proficiency. For now, I'm gonna give you additional dodge. That never hurts. Having a bit more survivability. So you can take additional warp talents. Let's see. All allies within the area of effect within 10-cell radius creates an area that lasts until the start of the second next turn. All allies within that area gain dodge. Dodge chance cannot be less than the Psychus bonus. All allies that are currently affected by any of the Psychus power gain the perfect timing. When an ally under this effect dodges a parasite attack, if this ally is a weapon capable of reaching the attack and has an attack that costs 1 or less AP, ally immediately counteracts with his weapon. Okay. Target gains intelligence, perception, and willpower until the end of combat. Neat. Whenever an ally suffers damage that would make them fall unconscious, the Psyker immediately gains an extra turn. During the turn, the Psyker can only use prophetic intervention. This power can only be used under these conditions. It stores the allies' wounds to the amount they had before they attacked to trigger the intervention. However, the Psychic Psi rating is reduced by -1 until the end of combat. Psi rating of 3 or higher. Psi rating 2. Psychic action is moved up by 2 turns in the round. This ability may allow a Psychic after 2 turns during 1 round. Okay. Target makes a willpower resistance test. If it succeeds, the target is immediately blinded. If the target fails the test, they become blind and suffer an additional penalty to all characteristics reduced by blindness and must make a willpower resistance test at the end of each turn. The first success makes them just blind, and the second success removes the blinded effect. Anytime until the end of combat, the target of Mind Bond makes a perception, intelligence, willpower, fellowship test using either theirs or their psychic stats, whichever is higher. Okay. Target makes a willpower resistance test. If the test fails, the target immediately attacks its allies. After the target suffers damage from Psychic Shriek, and the willpower is reduced. After from Psychic Shriek, and the willpower is reduced by 10. Willpower is reduced by 10 minus 10 times 2 times the Psychic's Psi rating. The target just suffers damage from Psychic Stream, and the willpower is reduced. I wonder if that stacks. I kinda do want to take this. 4 plus 2 times Psi rating, intelligence, perception, fellowship, and willpower until the end of combat. What are the other abilities you can use? Archetype talents. I think that's the only thing. Right, archetype, origin, and warp are one, and then universal, support, etc. are for others. We use 1 exploit from an enemy witness 5-star radius around a point within 10 cells. If there's only one enemy, these all exploits next. All allies gain armor until the end of combat. For more exploits are removed, the operative gains number of removed exploits damage until the end of combat. That's kinda neat. Operative's next non-area attack inflicts the intimidated effect on the first target hit by the attack, and all enemies in a 5-star radius around that attack. Damage dealt by intimidated is reduced by 2 times perception bonus until operative's next turn. This negative effect is doubled for enemies with less than a specific amount of armor. What is intimidated? Doesn't say. While in cover, the operative gains a plus 25 cover efficiency, 15 perception, and 15 ballistic skill. You do not have enough ballistic skill to make that worth it. The allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal instant bonus more damage. Against the target affected by an exploit, the target's cover efficiency will be reduced by 5. This attack will have plus 5 plus... No, I'm gonna take the foreboding. And then you get... What are you currently good at? You're not good at either of those. You're good at awareness. Among the best. Not good at that, not good at that, not good at... Yeah, I'm just gonna keep you up with awareness. Because I need someone to run my sensor array. You can take strength. Weapon skill, toughness, strength, agility. You know what? Take agility. That way you can slash once more. Grant 2 movement points. Dueling combat master, chain weapon expert. Gain +1 maximum damage. It will not die. Increase wounds by half the character's level, rounded up. Overpower characters with weapon. Dual weapon combat. With the second weapon in the current weapon set, in addition to use one, detects of a minor penalty weapon skill person can cost 1 AP more. Okay. So if you want to cosplay... So if you want to have a sword and a gun. I think I'm gonna take the swift movements because he, same as my boy, want to get there early and fast. Right, let's continue. Master Helmsman Rever. The Vox Kraken's life and Master Helmsman Rever just what we have here, Kill Captain, is not very noticeable, but the void ship sitting in local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. Not like I'm surprised, the thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody should went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull, the pressurization of several compartments. Yeah, there's an incoming transmission now too. Here is. Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor protects. Lord Captain, I'm told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there's another badly damaged vessel with an asteroid field near the Cariphilia colony that is refusing help, which, not to put a too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain. Connection is established. On our vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves. For a brief moment, the Vox only hissed and snapped, and then several voices at once start shouting over, "Do not tell them. We are done for." This is Thunderfang. We are, one of the voices falters uncertainly in his replacement, a merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private chant vessel. A merchant vessel. Of course they are. They're my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. Two of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so they barely managed to slip away. Why can we not identify you? Why? I don't know. Why? Certainly not. Whispering dies in the clear. Youthful voice cuts through static. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, this is from a merchant vessel. Thundering does not require aid. Your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. You manage doing a little from all this noise. We are just flying, minding our business, straight out the blue and open fire. Mercury could get away and protect it. And more fire. Who? Boy only knows. Roasted the tail, bombed everything. Folks are left without help. We never got to them. Now stop playing games and explain again what your business here. This time I highly commit the truth. Happy now. What have you done? It's too late now. Vox channel is again filled with the angry whispering of several voices. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We do not come here to loot on the different business, to help our own out of jail. Do not hurt, please. We have had our chronos cleaned. How about striking it? How about goods? In case you're unaware, look up in the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of those several dozen pirate factions in the Coroner's Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have Vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. But up to me, I would make them yourself from the macrocans to shake the scrum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. The voice of the Hypoctotum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of the livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remains a major supply of goods to the local market. Perhaps you find dealing with them acceptable, especially as performing a warp jump is impossible. Main gun deck on my order, aim weapons, target Thunderfang. Your Lordship, I beg forgiveness for my impertinence, but let me remind you once again, we are currently locked in the system without the ability to jump anywhere else. Be reasonable. Do you really, now of all times, want to get rid of a trading partner? And remember, the Fellowship of the Void is very likely to learn of what is about to transpire. Yep, fire. The main gun deck is reporting a successful salvo. The augurs are reporting a successful hit. We do not register any survivors. Death to the pirate scum. Glory to the Von Valencius dynasty. Okay, plan it. I want to check my character for if they actually show up in the reputation thing. As the ship makes its way through star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your lights grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to drop yet another order falls from your hand. Have a dream. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here in your study. Stand up and stare at dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among the number you can notice the disfigured and bloody faces of those who died on the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? We are the enforced post of the Saint God. It matters not. You are alone against the horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the surround of 100 voices weaponry slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold, the dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Kneel before the rogue trader, your lives belong to me. All you hear in response is unintelligible voices, whispers, moans, and derisive laughter. Anger ignites your chest, and you clutch the shard which ravenously bites at your palm with its sharp edge. Ah, shit is a sword. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by graveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful sharp, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it sees your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there, on the bridge. And the voice that appears in your mind only confirms the guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen. Accept your fate, champ. Absolutely not. Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it has become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You're waiting from the vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and with a sour taste in your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hand. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloody child lying on the floor remind of what just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your vox and call for the servitor. Now you just wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. No heretical weaponry in my house. I think that was... Yep. It's gone. Okay. Outfit settings. Ooh, I can change that. That's neat. Gonna go with this. Show helmet. Show backpack. Okay. Characteristics. Ah. What do we have here? We have the Explorators, the Fellowship of the Void. Drusians, Casbolica mission. Profit factor has not been changed yet. Info. Profit factor is a representation of the relative value of the rogue trader's warrant or trade and what the opportunities and resources can call upon. Initial 10 available and total value. Okay. Alright. Continue towards the planet. Right. Tithe grade, undetermined. R992. Extract mobile mining outposts assemble in accordance with the Blessed Standard Template construct. This small industrial complex can be designed in practically any world, however inhospitable. The Serf clan assigned to it will devote itself to maintenance of its sacred mechanisms and the extraction of resources needed by the rogue trader. Just leave a clan. Premium injuries accumulated turn into trauma, at which point they have negative effects, I believe. We seem to have an interaction on our hands. Sparta greets you with a din of ordnance and the smell of explosive tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Halt! Weapons on the ground are firing. A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles toward you from behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumpled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a cracked label that reads Sergeant Mulgar. Alright, so his skies are on lockdown, the rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you don't just happen to land in a area with a scratchy show for it. In a shot like that, where do you get it? Something from the past, isn't it? Ground lads, we've got ourselves a rebel landing force. By the holy throne, what is this mess? Man, rest, old man. Go easy on them. How dare you, commoners? Giving a status report is instant. With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an experienced sunshine bug. My mistake, sir. Owen. Starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commanders set. A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forward that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, but the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Last Mulgar reporting. My unit is holding a stop on the governor's orders. How many do you serve? Some dirty dog nearly shot out my shuttle! Affirmative, your lordship, sir. It's all a step to rebels. Those maggots somehow got their hands on anti-aircraft battery and it's causing our shuttles no end of trouble. That thing really packed a bunch. Luckily they missed you. You've seen them fry 2 shells carrying reinforcement. I still survived. What's going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower level spark, then I went up to the spies. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the Mac train stations. And then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Ricat Minoris. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. You may continue your report, peasant. My unit was here when it all went to the grox. Its tech priests later satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Reichert and Joris. The governor took precautionary measures in order to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warning details. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure a starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. Link the satellite reporting settings of strange void ships in the system. They're crushing us, scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcement came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but I'll drive us out of here in a minute. Who are you anyway? Sergeant Last Mulgar, sir. 11th generation loyal soldier of House with the Scale. Award 3 commendations for faultless service. Ever since the olden days, His Lordship the Rook Trader has recruited soldiers and shipwrights in Ricat Minoris. So there's no greater honor for a Ricadian than serving His Lordship with diligence. What caused this rebellion? Ill thoughts, sir. We fall in hard times, the ground keeps shaking, things keep exploding, the people are scared, they've forgotten all about their duty. That's when those, Emperor forgive me, preachers came. They started rallying everyone up. Sure enough, he shot a few, but they just keep coming, more and more of them. How can some pathetic rebellion be cause enough for such lackluster welcoming ceremony and honor of a Rook Trader's arrival? It's an insult. Doing very fine work, and so are you troops. People like you that hold the Imperium together. I live to serve. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? At the word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe. I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visit like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at your headquarters, Your Lordship, sir. I'm going to see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting the damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send you the US an escort. I send all available troops to accompany esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them to wait for you, and inform headquarters. They better send out the convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, you will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. As if she's looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. I know, you know, the same hand that salutes you now might fall in darkness. Rank at epaulets won't save you from bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my hand around these fancy words he's saying. Seen plenty of blood, but trust me, fight with my last drop. Right, what tech priest? A very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before locked down the sky. He kept on asking whether anyone by the name of Amarant or Amaran or someone had recently arrived. Barely answered any other questions, though. Said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He isn't. He didn't want to talk to the governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. Right, is the path ahead dangerous? What exactly awaits me there? All of our roadblocks are gone. The whole place is in rebel sand. The city is almost lost, so no hope will come. We are surrounded by rebels, and watch your steps, sir. Streets are chock full of mines. As remarkable mines lodges of any memory. More than anything, you need to watch the ground, not your surroundings. You'd rather risk a shot from a rebel of jittery soldier than experience a few handfuls of leaf fractured and arresting on top of some 300 grams of explosive fiseline. The governor who is safe in Saudery has left you for dead, and here you are preaching our glory. Right, good fighter would have long since you can move out and attack your cowardly knave. Apologies, your lordship, sir. We will rectify that at once. Follow my lead, you lot. 2 minutes to reload and patch yourselves up. Then we are eroding the rebel dregs. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's work. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits a booming series of commands. Okay, on your travels you will hear many rumors. Those of them that are deserving of the rogue trader's attention are logged in a separate section of the journal. Sometimes rumors are just that, other times there's truth to them, and some kinds there may be even more. Very familiar travel place indicated in the rumor's description. By traversing the Corona's expanse as the rogue trader, you are bound to hear rumors regarding you on these things, some of which direction of the expansive denizens choices you have made. Right. Looking around, we have a tech priest currently blessing our shuttle, which is wonderful.
Grovel before the faithful. Show them no mercy.
Cassie is an officer with ship's navigator. She strikes for the entities of a warp and supports the party by making allies stronger. Voice of command is an officer ability, increasing allies' characteristics for one round, also lost the voice. Bring it down as an officer, right. Little stairs unique damage it does all target and vine code in front of the navigator with warp energies. Damage is based on the navigator's willpower bonus. All creatures targeted by this ability must pass a willpower. Right. We are going to start over here. And over here. You can start there for now. Actually, who is up first? In which case, you are going to start here, and you start there. We have agitators. He has the voice of command. Right. What can we shoot? Hit. Wonderful hit at that. Soldier allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Right, you are done for now. I can use the foreboding. I'm gonna buff my boys. And then I'm gonna yell at people. You can move over here. The littlest stair. Oh, it is blocked by stuff with... It is blocked by just having something in front of you. The other thing I have is the Glimpse of Fate. But for now, littlest stair.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Another foe painted black.
Immediately kills someone. Wonderful. Buff our boy. And then Voice of Command to push themselves, increasing their characteristic by plus 13 for 1 round.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And she has grenades with her, apparently. You move over here. Switch your gun, and for now you can just, like, shoot someone.
Indeed. At your
We
beck
do
and call.
this. Block at damage. And then moving into the entire group is maybe not the smartest idea. Oh, we can just move here. And I forgot I can't charge because he's too close now. For now. Put that on him. And then, oh, you have a different ability. You have a Deadeye shot. Precisely and shot with a plus 50% bonus to the effective range and a plus 5 hit chance. So you hit better.
Rejoice in service. Your corrupt way has failed you.
What do they have there? Enraged crowd applies a raging woe at a level equal to the corresponding of all rebels in the fight. Raging woe. Enemies weapons skill and ballistic by +1, as well as damage by +1 for every layer of raging woe on their allies. So the more of them there are, the more damage they deal, I guess. That is just looking for the grenade. Or they just kill each other, that's also possible. No. They honestly are shooting themselves more than me.
In battle.
That's not really gonna help. Shift 4. Dodge this attack. And then you shoot him.
I'll do it.
Afterwards, just use the worm. Ah, he has a shotgun. Okay, that's why.
What is this foreboding?
Then buff Argenta. How big is this area? And that area gives everybody in the dodge, I guess. So that's fine. You buff her. Offer the minions an extra jump attack point equal to 2 and new movement points. Anyway, right, you can't use voice of command on the same guy. Voice of command you.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then
Foolishness.
oh, the target is too far away. I could affect those two back there. Which that is a oh, we have destroyed our cover. I think I'd rather have you stand here. Slash this guy. And then you can charge to over here. There's one more enemy up there, right? You switch your guns. he parried. Unfortunate.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Get me some ability. I'm gonna punch him.
And so shall it be done.
So he is down.
Your end is nigh.
One more enemy. Well, it should be a problem.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Hit. Do I loot everyone? I think I'll leave. I'll leave it at that. Wait, you have a shock button, which is a power weapon. Power swing, shove, and the normal strike. Info. What does the power swing do? Must not have features. It is a studies to Curry Eldari. Power swing. What does this mean? You know what? Fuck. I'm gonna try it out. And the rest can go to cargo. Then power baton instead of this axe. The axe, I believe, does have more damage. What does the power mean? This is just a trait. Right, okay. Oh, I can dual wield. Yo! Sure, I'll do that then.
We are bound by the blood of masses.
I'm gonna leave those. There's a blind madman. Talk to him. Have you got them? Please give them back to me. I unfortunately cannot give you your eyes back.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
There are multiple of those. Lucky Jasper. How about you don't come any closer and I don't shoot you? They are blind. Gain true vision, renounce false sight, all will be revealed. No. The young, shaggy-haired soldier is still pale. Nonetheless, as you approach, he holds his piston, the hallmark of gold discipline. He gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. I left in the nick of time. I don't know what those bubbling creeps wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Who are you? Lucky Jasper, they give it as aid and personal vox operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders. Young man proclaims desperately trying to tame his toast lair. What exactly are you doing here on your own? Following Governor Medinay's special instructions, namely... Alright, it's secret, Sam, I can't talk about it. I'm a rogue trader, why don't you simply order you to tell me everything? It's well within my rights. What you know is priceless intelligence. Coercion. You kindly read all his thoughts for me. Strike him. Right. A rogue trader? Oh, so he must be from the House von Valancy's ship. The Snapper August surveillance station reported a declared ship entering the system. Then you heaved to send a shuttle to another unidentified ship. Very strange one, like that. Very strange one, like that. And then the ship departed. But the August surveillance station reported not to be close to third parties. But you know it already, don't you? Well, alright. If you read all rogue trader, I'll tell you everything. Why did he send you to Starport? I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes and, how should I put it, assess the situation. The plan is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found a way to Voxland and now eavesdropping has made proper communication impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Xenobium had sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Ricardiphilia, the prison planetoid. Hurok 5 station is silent, although the navigators, they have always been a reclusive bunch. That's something I'd be lucky enough to run to pilot or captain now, give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. There's no blasting anything that tries to learn our sky and the damn cannon. He stops talking, a little too abruptly. Tell me about Hurok 5. There's not much anyone could tell you about it. Now the station belongs to novice nobility themselves. Emperor knows what they do up there, who even lives there. They scorn ordinary folks. The only person they're willing to grace with an audience is the esteemed Evane Winterscale. That place is creepy. Say they order shuttles with servants from Wreck-It Menoris on a regular basis. I guess it's too important up to change shuttles and clean compartments themselves, huh? Except I remember anyone who's served here. It's not like no one comes ever back. Your brothers and sisters lived and died for a great cause, serving a navigator house and therefore all of the Imperium. It is a high honor, one that few could bear. Only now does Jasper notice Cassie, and his eyes go wide with fear. He obviously closes his mouth a few times, always like a fish, unable to utter sound. Instead, he just nods nervously. Right, there's something else you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets? It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Hercule Vicari, the esteemed Vane Winterscale's personal pilot. When the right reports came from Riccardi Filia, Lord Vane headed her personally. Then as the rebellion started down here, we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing over there. You know what I'm afraid of? They'll come back at those rebel scummies who shoot them out of the sky. I want to find a place that's high up, set a voxcast today and send them transmission. The sky's closed off, don't try to alarm. But I didn't make it in time. Blind dogs chased after me, and as I was running, I tripped and broke the caster. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. That is why all members of the Void Ship clan have the same employment. She had the same employment. No matter how devoted is certain of the Emperor is to the duty, there's always danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. Pray not for her survival, but for her honorable death should it come to it. Forgive me, my lord, but my wish is to see Raquel alive again. She's everything to me. Right, who is Evane Winterscale? The esteemed and honorable son of blessed rogue trader Caligus Winterscale, master of the Reichert system, at the behest of his illustrious father, or grandfather, or uncle, well, his illustrious relative, Lord Evane took up residence on Ricard Minoris. Jasper's face betrays a fierce and struggle with her, but you know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligus didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Evane is his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. And then why do you think he sent him here? I think he's been exiled. Do you think the governor can handle a rebellion? Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone. You really want? Well, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. Those rebels are strange. We were these quite normal, right? We're not some communists, we're Arcadians. The naval elite of House Winterscale. But those people are vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise. It's like they know what's going on to happen ahead of time. They executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she's the real danger. She can see into the future, is that right? I see about that. She's up against the wrong psyche. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. I can tell you without asking. My theory reflects that the future doesn't look too bright now that Lord Captain is involved. I think I'm punished for disclosing classified information after all. I'm looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition who may have arrived on this planet. Have you heard of anyone matching that description? I have, but I don't know where he is now. Sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. That's smart. It was my pleasure to be of service to you, my lord. It's been nice to just normal. You're right. We shouldn't stay here. We might run into others. I go find us a place to watch the skies for anything shall. May the Emperor protect you. What else do we have around here?
The Divine watches over us.
On the side, it's Empire slowly slang the words, do not touch shipment of tithes to bless Lord Captain Gallico's Winterscale. I could steal those. Oh, that's neat. I will grab that for Cassia. Have some goods out here. It's just cargo.
Let us
Then
walk this
on we
path to the
go.
ends.
We do have rebel gunners here.
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
That's a large group. Go here. You. Bit far away. Oh, the cover's there. Yeah, you go there. Actually, you can just deal with the guys on the left there, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, no, unfortunately, that will probably hit Oh boy. So... Wait. Fuck. I wanted to use that other... That ability. Not ability, that mechanic to just... check. Shoot this direction. 2 hits. Perfect. The Rebels commander, that guy will die.
Why did I not foresee this?
Minuteman Rebel. You can... that doesn't have a lot of range. For now, buff... Target is too far. Oh, the voice of... That's the melee attack. Voice of command. Then buffer.
Isn't this a job
And
for the
give her
stars?
an extra turn. So you can now switch your weapon and just slap a man. You can also kill yourself, which is always a funny thing to do. Also buff yourself,
Was that you? Or
and then you are done. You can now move over here and then shoot them.
on it?
And that still did hit yourself. Thankfully it did not give you a wound. Buff Argenta. The target immediately gets +3 exploits. The exploits are only for the operator, I think. With an attack deals additional more damage, right? Damage is increased by 10% for each exploit on target. But then removes all exploits. I'm gonna just... No line of sight. Put a line of... No line of sight.
Not this Scryer's job.
Okay. What are Minutemen?
But of course.
Right.
My faith shields me.
Those guys are dealing damage. Right, how does this work then? Did I not take... Wait. Oh, I accidentally... Yeah, that's the slash. So 5. So if I move here,
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
5, dash through him,
Victory is imminent.
stab him. And then shift 5, I could go through another enemy, but not him
At the
again.
second call.
They really do not like her. And that's a smoke grenade. Then we charge that captain.
Rejoice in service.
And then I will actually just hit him normally.
And so shall it be done.
Because I want to take
I
the
will not be
endure.
deterred.
18 and against the target. Right, and then
Actions will
yell.
speak louder than words.
Denied. A little bit of damage doesn't really matter. Oh, they took out my cover. That no, quite. It's just in the smoke. Voice of command. Shoot at my navigator. Which, honestly, not a smartest move. You can move out here, shoot at him. And then just
Faith
reload.
without deeds is worthless.
Your ultimate ability grants an ally with full AP during extra turn. There's no attack limit. Target is too far. Right, voice of command. Use that. And then just blast them. I apparently only hit one of them. Not great. No attack limit. Use that on our soldier, so we can shoot him again. And again. Okay. Missed. Shoot at these folk.
I'll do it. Christ is a prayer.
I need higher fire rate. Like heavy weapons or something. Buff. Oh, no line of sight of the target. Right. There's smoke in the way. I think. Nope, it was this thing. The cover. Yeah, that's someone. And then for the last, removes all experts from target to increase the target's dodge, parry, and armor by. And I think he had 8. What do you have currently? Raging Woe. That you have 8 stacks of. Okay. You can
I will do my duty.
slash through some people.
It will be done.
Perfect. And then you can't really do anything here. That's a hefty amount of damage there. Activate that so we can slash a bit more.
Shall be done. Another step towards our ultimate victory. I need to look closer.
Good. So what I do now, you are on the smoke grenade. Legion of Elephant with ranged weapons. Right, first of all,
As the Emperor
tell you to
commands,
dodge.
I act. I'll do it.
And then you can shoot again. Why was she allowed to attack twice now? No.
Give a warning to all who oppose us.
Right, you, same as with our Psyker, I don't think are going to...
Don't dare ask. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And then you get additional action points, so you can just shift 5 through him. And then can you shift 5 through him? Yes. But you bounce back because you collided with this cover. You can move here. There's a 36% parry chance if I read that correctly. We can still hit you. And then, right, he was affected by melee superiority, after which we just yell at him. And we're done. Now, I don't think anybody has an injury. No. Just a knife. What else do we have? Las guns, swords, and power moles. Nope. Move those to the left. Toss them out. Guys up here. Another ability stands generally the wearer has a 25% gain MP. Okay, that's fun. I think, yeah, he was with them. Grab some goods from here. Ooh. Why would I use a ladder? What is it there for? So we have an entrance to a hangar. But I don't think I can continue today. What is too late? Consumables. Grenade stimulants and medkits and other kinds can be placed in quick access slots. To this, double click on such an item. Right. I will save for now. And for that I will stop. And I hope you'll have a nice week. And otherwise, also have a good night. And otherwise, good